now come to order. Welcome to the January 10th, 2022 meeting of the City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment. My name is Rodney Swink and I'm chair of the board. I'm joined by fellow board members John Kuntz, Don Mile, Kathy Rudisill, Stephen Kinney, Michael Rainey, and Marvin Butler. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. We are authorized to hear requests for variances from the city's UDO, special use permits, and other requests as may be provided in the city's ordinances. In hearing cases, the board conducts a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decisions. The standard the applicant must meet to be granted their request is set forth in the UDO. The board hears and considers evidence presented at the hearing and applies the standard when making its decision. The board must base its decisions upon competent, material, and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses may testify as to facts to which they are competent to testify, so long as those facts relate to the legal standards. In addition, lay or non-expert witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values, and projections about impacts on traffic safety. Focusing your testimony and arguments on the applicable facts and standard will allow the board to hear cases in an efficient and timely manner. Since today's meeting will be conducted remotely, in addition to the general quasi-judicial rules, today's hearings will be conducted in accordance with state statutes that allow for remote evidentiary hearings during the current COVID-19 states of emergency. For the convenience of those participating today, I'm going to outline how we will conduct today's remote evidentiary hearings. First, all witnesses must be sworn in. Because of the remote format, individuals who signed up to speak, as well as city staff participants, have already signed a written oath form, which will be reaffirmed on the record as they testify today. Participants have also already provided written consent to today's remote meeting. We will begin with a staff presentation from a member of the planning department. Following staff's presentation, the applicant will be acknowledged to present their case and witnesses. The Board of Adjustment will acknowledge the attorney or applicant for each case first as the point person for the applicant. Following the applicant, anyone else who signed up to participate in support or opposition to the request will be given the opportunity to speak. The applicant will be given the opportunity for cross-examination, as well as rebuttal and a closing statement. When all testimony is complete, we will close the evidentiary hearing. The board members will deliberate and vote on the case. For variance requests, a 4/5 vote of the board is required to grant the variance. For all other hearings and matters, the decision will be made by a simple majority vote of the board. Following the meeting, the board's decision will be prepared with written findings of fact and conclusions of law. The decision will be incorporated into the meeting minutes and will be adopted at the same time of the meeting minutes. We will now conduct the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda. First, there are a couple of changes. The first case from old business, 11009 Ingleside Place, Westchester Commercial Property Owner, the variance BOA 0010-2021. We're holding that one till later in the day when the attorney is available for that one. At his request, we're also going to defer till later today, BOA 0065-2021, 2730 Wakefield Drive, and BOA 066-2021, 11008 Ingleside Drive. We'll hear those at the end of today's regular meeting session. That takes us to evidentiary hearing number 2 in old business. This is 400 Bragg Street, Capital Property Capital Property Partners, LLC, the property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0055-2021. We'll first hear from our staff presentation, Eric Hodge, planner. Eric, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead with your presentation.
And if the moderator could give me the ability to share my screen.
Yeah, 1 second.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that should do it.
All right. Is everyone seeing that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, so this is a request for a 10.1 foot variance from the required 20.1 foot to 24.5 foot front setback range, which would result in a 10-foot front yard setback. This is relief from UDO section 5.4.3.F.18.E, which requires the front setback to be within 10% of the average front yard setback established by buildings on the same side of the block face as the proposed building, but not less than 8 feet and no greater than 30 feet. And the second request is for a 3.5 foot variance from the allowed encroachments set forth in Unified Development Ordinance section 1.5.4.D.1.A, which allows porch stairs to encroach up to 9 feet into a front yard setback. If granted, this would result in a 12.5 foot stair encroachment. And the third request in this bundle is for a 1 space variance from the 2 parking space minimum requirement for single unit living as set forth in UDO section 7.1.2.c. These requests are in association with a proposal to construct a detached house on this 0.04 acre lot that's zoned neighborhood mixed use 3, South Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, and is located at 400 Bragg Street. So this is a corner lot, the lot being oriented to Bragg Street, and the parcels to the east are those that set the range for the block face, this being the westernmost lot in this block. And this is the proposal. Apologies, but in this image, north is to the bottom of this slide. And so there's the proposed 3-story single-family residence located at the corner, showing a 10-foot setback for the structure, and then the porch stairs encroach to be 3 point. Excuse me. That it would be a 12.5 foot stair encroachment. There, I don't think the setback is labeled on this particular image, but you can see they go pretty close to the public right of way, and the image is a little misleading. All of those appear to be stairs, but they are not. They've used the same striping pattern to show the sidewalk as well. So continuing out to the street, because there's really not any significant topo change here. So these are not all stairs. It's just the stairs needed to get down from the porch to grade is what's be considered. Happy to answer any other questions the board may have at this time. Otherwise, that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Board members, any questions? Okay, let's move along to the applicant. Holden McLemore, I understand you're representing the applicant. If you like to make your presentation, you have a couple of witnesses. If they wish to speak, I'll need to swear them in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am representing the applicant, Capital Property Partners, LLC. I am filling in for attorney Mark Goldberger, who had to be away for a family emergency today. So it's my understanding that the project's architect, Will Choi, is going to be the witness making the presentation. At this time, if Will's on, I would ask the chairman to please swear in Mr. Choi and allow him the time to make his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Choi, Please state your name, address, and relationship to the case. We just heard it, but if you'd state that for the record, please, then I'll reaffirm
Yes.
your oath.
My name is William Choi, and I am at 602 East Hargett Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. And I am a witness to this case as the architect on the project.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
First, thank you for hearing our case today. And as Eric already explained, this is a bundle of 3 variance requests that we are seeking, having to do with setbacks, encroachments, and parking requirements. So I won't go over these since they were already covered. Next page. Once again, I guess just for the sake of review, the current requirement of a building setback is between 20.1 and 24.5 feet based on the average neighborhood setbacks that exist on that block. And we're asking for a 10.1 reduction since that would allow us to arrive at a 10-foot primary setback. And then secondly, once that setback is, if it were to be approved, then we still need a way of getting to that building through onto the porch. So we would require additional 3.5 feet of encroachment for porch steps that would allow the occupant to actually reach the level of the entry porch. And then thirdly, the parking spaces, as with other residential single-family living properties, 2 parking spaces are required, and as a result of the site's dimensions, that has become difficult. So we are seeking a reduction of 1 parking space. So if we go to the next slide, we'll start with the request 1. So here we are. Once again, north is facing south, and this lot measures roughly 35 by 50 and change. So it's a small substandard lot that differs from the rest of the lots on the block face in that it's about half of the length. If we go to the next page. So what that means, if you follow the letter of the UDO code as well as the NCOD restrictions that exist in this neighborhood, it results in a building footprint of about 20 by 10. Very small, 200 square foot structure. And that's once again incorporating the side yard setbacks of 5 and 10 feet, the side street being 10 feet. The primary setback of 20.1 is calculated through the average setbacks on this block face. And then the typical rear setback of 20 feet is what gets us to this 20 by 10 footprint. Obviously, this is kind of a non-viable building form because it doesn't really have a lot of square footage to be able to be useful. So if we go to the next slide, the reason why this condition is sort of extreme in this particular site is, as I mentioned before, this is a half-size lot, similar to some of the other ones next to it, and the big setbacks also result from some of the other buildings on this lot having a setback condition that is non-conforming. So for instance, the 402 Bragg Street property immediately adjacent to this site, you can see has a structure that straddles a lot line and kind of encroaches to the property to the rear. My assumption is that once upon a time, this was a full-size lot and then it was subdivided with the building still on it. And then additionally, because the other buildings are on longer lots, they are able to have longer setbacks, whereas the same setbacks applied to this site would become too stringent to be able to build a full-sized or a reasonably sized dwelling. And a third note that I would maybe make is that because of the vacancies that exist on this block face, each building has an outsized influence on the calculation of the average setbacks. So 1 or 2 buildings that have a unconventional condition could really start to throw off the average setbacks for the whole block, which is once again what's happening in this particular block face where 3 out of the 8 buildings are entirely vacant. So if we go to the next slide. So here is a diagram illustrating the requested variance that we are seeking from the 20 by 10 footprint that would be the sort of code required footprint. We're asking for additional 10.1 feet of encroachment into the required setback, so that it would result in a still a very modest but workable plan of building footprint that represents 20 by 20, a 400 square foot footprint. And it's worth noting that the resulting primary setback we're seeking would be a typical setback distance for a detached house in an NX3 district outside of an NCOD. Next slide. So as another example of sort of neighborhood character, which I assume is the intent of the average setback method, if you look at just the adjacent block to the west, setbacks are actually quite close to the street, and there's an established pattern of houses that really face on to the street and creating that intimate street scale. So as you can see, 318, 320, 324, and 326 Bragg Street, those homes have setbacks of less than 10 feet. So a setback of 10 feet for 400 Bragg, we feel would be still in character with the rest of the neighborhood around it. And next slide. So that covers the primary setback request. So the related porch step encroachment we'll cover now. So once again, the UDO allows for 9 feet of allowed porch and step encroachment on top of the primary setback. Obviously, if we keep the or if we're granted the additional 10.1 feet of primary setback, that would be blowing past the allowed porch and step encroachment. So we would need additional porch and step encroachment on top of that in order to actually reach the building. So if you go to the next slide. So this would be the proposed layout where, as you can see, the rectangular massing, which would be the resulting 20 by 20 footprint of a single family dwelling that needs 2 treads and 3 risers in order for someone to get up to the porch level where the entry is. So we're proposing that those 2 steps be allowed to be to project past the typical encroachment, which will be an additional 3.5 feet to the typical encroachment. Next slide. So we are now on to the parking issues, where the minimum dimension for tandem layout parking in the UDO is 8.5 by 36. The lot being only 35 feet wide, that's obviously not going to fit. So we've looked at a few different ways we could provide parking here with no great solutions to be able to squeeze 2 cars. So if you go to the next slide. This was one possibility where we could put it on the west side of the property, but then, sorry, this is the east side of the property. But the issue then would once again put us in the same place where it would start to eat up too much of the building footprint, where you could no longer have a viable dwelling. And next slide. It's worth noting that even with the proposed parking area, the substandard parking area that we are proposing at the moment, it would fit most cars in tandem fashion. So sort of on one extreme would be the Fiat 500, which might be one of the smallest cars you see on the road. It would comfortably fit those 2. And other example might be Volkswagen Sport Wagon, sort of a mid-size station wagon that I happen to drive, and that too would fit within this footprint. And then only the largest of the cars, such as a Cadillac Escalade, would be protruding past the sort of right-of-way line, and you'd have to own 2 of those cars in order to create that condition. So it seems to us that even though we're short by a few feet, this would still provide 2 car parking for most scenarios, and it would be unlikely to increase further load on off-street park or on-street parking. I think that's it. Is there another slide after this? I think that's it, yeah. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Choi. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Choi regarding this case? Ralph, something?
Sorry, my space bar mute doesn't keep working. Could I please have the name of the gentleman who is standing in for Mr. Goldberger? That sort of flew past everybody, please.
Yeah, yes.
Sure. My name is Holden McLemore, Holden, McLemore, McLemore.
Holden McLemore, is that it?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, Ralph, thank you for jumping in and clarify that. Okay, board members, back to you. Any questions that you have for the applicant?
I've got one. With respect to the parking, I understand what you're saying about tandem parking. Is there enough space behind the structure for side-by-side parking?
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. Were you proposing side-by-side parking?
Right. The question is there enough space to accommodate instead of parking in a single column, having it side by side?
I see. Well, that would create a larger curb cut of the driveway, which isn't necessarily a problem, but it would also start to encroach on the building footprint towards the north. So we would once again run into the issue of, we've provided this parking, but then the parking is such that it creates a unreasonably small building footprint. Now, one proposal that we have been thinking about is what you're seeing on the screen here, and this was kind of part of our original proposal where we kind of dogleg out from the sort of primary driveway and then into this sort of secondary driveway that you see on the right side of the building. That's an 8.5 foot dimension. While this is technically feasible and while this is technically feasible, as an architect, I felt that more parking visible to the street was a negative impact to the street and the potential sidewalk that could one day be laid there. And I just as a matter of preference, reducing impact of cars on the street was something that we have been trying to do. So that was one reason why we are seeking this variance.
And this, from staff's perspective, I just would like to note that there's a pending text change at the Planning Commission that would remove this parking requirement if approved. And this text change was initiated and authorized by City Council last year. So it would eliminate parking requirements essentially citywide.
Okay,
So if passed, this variance would not be needed.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Rainey, and thank you, Eric, for clarifying that. Any other questions? Okay, no one signed up to speak in support or opposition. Mr. Choi, anything further from you?
That is all I have for the moment.
Mr. Hodge, anything further from you?
No, sir.
Last chance for questions. Okay, let's close the evidentiary hearing, move to our board deliberations. This is a variance. I'll entertain discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Ms. Russell moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second, John Coons.
Mr. Coons, thank you. We have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion. Move to a roll call vote. Mr. Pacini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion to approve the variances as requested, Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Milo.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's move along to our new business. It's the first case, evidentiary hearing 1. This is 1508 Stovall Drive. Neighborhood Redevelopment Group, LLC is the property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0063-2021. Mr. Hodge is again our presenter.
This is a request for a 5,940 foot variance to the 3,000 foot block perimeter requirement called for in Unified Development Ordinance Section 8.3.2.a, and 2, a variance for complete relief from the requirement to extend a public street to an unsubdivided parcel of land to the west, as called for in Unified Development Ordinance Section 8.3.4.c, to allow for the construction of townhomes. This originally included a notation for apartments, as the plan that was submitted did not indicate it was a subdivision, which typically a townhome development is. So I would like to make that clarification here that this is for a townhome development, not an apartment development. On a 5.5 acre lot, zone residential 10 and special residential parking overlay district, and the property is located at 1508 Stovall Drive. The parcel that's involved in the second portion of the request is this landlocked parcel of land here to the west between this parcel and Kent Road. For those who don't really understand what this block perimeter requirement is about, it tries to establish smaller block sections and to promote for more interconnectivity of our street network citywide. And as parcels redevelop, it gives us the ability to extend streets through parcels so that as other surrounding parcels redevelop, they would be expected to reciprocate that. And essentially what this would do here, were relief not granted, would be to construct a connection over time from Stovall Drive to Kent Road to the west, when those parcels were to ever redevelop. And so they're seeking relief from that, as well as the stubbing to the parcel to the west, which if you grant relief from one, you're essentially granting relief from the other as far as public street connections through and to the west would be concerned. This is the proposed development plan showing the townhome development on the eastern side of the parcel, with access coming from Stovall Drive. Then you can see at the rear of the property, they're leaving that undeveloped due to some riparian areas there on the western end of the project. Happy to answer any questions you may have. We also, I believe, have a member from transportation staff on the line today if you have any questions about the street stub or the block perimeter and connectivity issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hodge. I have one regarding the connectivity. The parcel to the north, in terms of street grid, has there ever been any interest in that connectivity? I can see where it would enter the riparian area, so it's not necessarily a good idea. I'm just wondering if that was ever on the city's thinking.
I'll defer to transportation staff. Markham Street, I believe, already intersects with Stovall, so it would be creating sort of a little circular or loop street, which does help with block perimeter concerns. But I'll defer to transportation as to their preference. But I think given the landlocked parcel to the west, that tipped the scale as far as where we felt the ultimate connection should be made. But I think transportation can speak more specifically. Well,
I'll accept your response. We don't need to bring them into it unless and the board members have a question. Particularly now that I see the riparian issue, that changes my interest in that connectivity anyway. Board members, any other questions? Anything else anyone wants to ask? Okay, let's move to the applicant, Isabel Maddox. Welcome. If you want to proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon. Isabel Maddox here on behalf of Neighborhood Redevelopment Group, LLC. the prospective developer of a portion of 1508 Stowball Drive, approximately 3 acres of this approximately 5-acre parcel. On the line with me today are Chase Massey of FLM Engineering, the project engineer, and possibly AJ Stilitano of the Neighborhood Redevelopment Group. This property is in a mostly residential area, off near Western Boulevard, near Gorman Street. And the objective, as Eric pointed out, is 30 townhouses. If you go to the next slide, please. And you'll see this property is divided by this stream buffer. And so we're talking really about the east side of this parcel being developed for the townhouses. And again, as Eric said, we have 2 requests here, which are very interwoven. One is for block perimeter, and one is for the requirement that a public street be built on this property to connect to the the western side of the property. Next slide, please. Yeah, those are the requests, and then go to the next slide, please. And that shows you now what the current block perimeter is, which is, goes through a number of different streets. But again, it's a mostly residential area, and there's a lot of existing development here, which really precludes cutting that block perimeter down. The combination of existing development and the riparian buffer. And as we look at the property, go to the next slide, please. The property to the immediate north, which Chairman Swink was just asking about, is an apartment development. And because of the value of the existing improvements on that property, it is exempt from cross access under 8.3.5.D.B.1. And then similarly, the property to the south is exempt from that requirement as townhouse development. So we've got exemptions on both the north and south, and then we got the stream buffer to the west. So it really does preclude achieving a cross access. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see the site plan, which lays out the 30 units, and then it shows you the Neuse River buffer property to the west. As you know, that's 50 feet on each side of the creek, with tree conservation along the outer 20 feet of that buffer. So in order to make that road connect to the part of the property to the west, you'd have to cut through that Neuse River buffer. And we just don't think it's really a great idea. It's environmentally problematic. You would lose a lot of trees. You would degrade the stream, and it would be an expense to the developer, and one that really doesn't seem to provide a great benefit. It wouldn't provide practical cross access or street connection at this point. So we do believe there are definitely a number of hardships here to the possibility of completing a block perimeter which complies with the ordinance. The ordinance would require a 3,000-foot block perimeter. You can see that what we showed on the earlier slide currently is about 9,000 feet. So I don't think we would not achieve a block perimeter of 3,000 feet in even if we did connect this or build this portion of the public street. Also, it's basically a fairly small site, and if you were to have to build a public street here, and you can see that right here, what is shown here is a 27-foot wide access drive, which provides perfectly good access to this development. If we had to do a public street here, it would be a 55-foot right-of-way, and so that would take basically a half acre of property versus about a quarter acre for the access drive, the 27-foot access drive. So we don't think that this, if the public street were built, that it would really even relieve a lot of cars, take a lot of cars off the public streets, which is one of the main goals of block perimeter and the public street requirement. You still have to get out on the public street in order to get onto this new drive to go to the west. We do think that this would cause a significant environmental impact if it were to go through. It would consume a disproportionate portion of the site. And if the variances were to be granted, they would provide public benefits. The stream would be protected, the trees would be saved, we'd have less impervious surfaces. So in conclusion, we believe we've shown that hardships relate to the inability to traverse the sites to the north and south for cross access, and we'd have difficulty crossing the Moose River buffer. We do believe these hardships are unique to the site, were not self-created, and justice would be served by granting these variances, by protecting the environment without taking a huge portion of the site for a road that really is not going to serve any purpose. And therefore, we think the variances are reasonable, and we are available for any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Board members, any questions? Anyone?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Ms. Maddox, the application looks like there was a proposed condition with the request. I wasn't sure if that was something that you guys were including with your request or not.
We are willing to make a pedestrian connection here.
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was part of the request or if that was just something you were offering if the board was so inclined.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are willing and planning to make a pedestrian connection here between the eastern and western portions of the site.
And I also have questions. At the one point, it looked like there was a mobile home development on this property, including this western portion, which is not included here.
Mm-hmm.
Has that been abandoned, or will that be if this development were to move forward?
Certainly, any kind of mobile homes on the eastern part of the property will be abandoned. And my guess is all of it will be abandoned, but I don't know whether it's considered to be a sequential abandonment. Certainly.
Well, the reason I ask is it looks like they take access across this parcel. And so if this were to develop, it seems like their access would be severed if the western part were to remain in use. Also, the parcel to the west of this one, let me go back. What we referred to here is this landlocked kind of Y-shaped parcel. Seems to have recently come into the ownership of this subject property.
Mm-hmm.
So if this development were to go through, it looks like you're proposing to create an additional landlocked parcel rather than just the one. Would there be any interest in combining those two?
There might be. I think there are future plans for this property on the western side of the parcel.
Going from the Kent Road
Yes.
access? Okay.
Board members, any questions? Okay, we had no one sign up to speak in support. We do have one opponent who is asked to speak today, Samuel Turner. Mr. Turner, if you're on the line, would you please state your address and your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Samuel Turner, and I live at 4204 Sterlingworth Drive. I am the homeowner, and I received notice in the mail because I am within 100 feet of this property that is being discussed. So first, I just wanted to clarify that when I did sign up.
One moment. Let me reaffirm your oath, please, and then we'll let you jump in.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Now proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify before I started that when I did sign up to speak, I had to either sign up that I opposed or supported the measure or the proposed variance. And I put that I opposed it, but I'm in a much more neutral standing, especially since I've learned more about it. I had to get in touch with people with, I believe I spoke with Justin on this call, and also I got in touch with AJ Stilitano, one of the people in charge of development of this property. And I actually do think that these variances would be good to be granted. I agree that it doesn't really make sense to have a street going through the middle of the property. And I agree that it would be good to not have that, to preserve more natural features. One quick question I did have for clarification. I was under the impression that these were townhome style apartments, not townhomes. So these are definitely townhomes?
I don't know what the ownership mode is going to be, but I believe they're townhome building types.
Right, but I don't know. It's just I wanted to clarify whether they will be rented or bought. If that can be, I think you said you had a couple people from the developers on the line with you.
Well, I'm hoping they're on the line. I'm not positive they're on the line. But I don't think, I hear your question, but I don't think it's a relevant question to this proceeding.
That is
the nature of ownership is. I'm sure that Mr. Stilitano would be happy to discuss that with you. AJ, are you on the line possibly? Did he signed up?
It's all right. I have his contact information. I can get in touch with him.
Yeah.
But actually, so the main concern I had with this, so I'm not sure if it's clear where my house is on this graphic that's up on the screen right now, but I live in directly to the south of the parcel. If you all can see on the picture, there's two groupings of townhomes on the right side, directly to the south of the parcel. I live in the one on the left, and it would be the third one from the end of the right. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to describe without having control of the screen, but
Is it near that black arrow?
yes, it's right near that. That's good. It's right near the black arrow. It would be the third one from that black arrow in that grouping. So basically right up against the southern border of the parcel. So my main concern was just preservation of the tree line. Yes, so I would be I've seen this picture before, number 21. So the bottom left townhome or apartment in that picture, I am directly across from the sidewalk in front of it.
We get that.
Okay, all right. Anyways, so before I really understood what the block parameter requirements were, I was just trying to figure out like if that would impact the tree line being preserved between the two properties. I was told at the end of the day, this would be the decision of the urban forestry department, which trees would come down, which ones would stay up. Is there anyone from urban forestry in this call?
I don't believe there is. Mr. Hodge, is that something that you think you could answer?
I think we do have somebody from forestry on the line. I don't know that they were specifically on the call for forestation on this lot, but Chris Crum, are you on the call?
I think maybe
Chris is on
to take the comments, and then if the board has questions for the urban forestry department, they're on the line to help with those. It's up to you how you want to do that, but.
Okay, Mr. Crum, if you're on the call, let me just swear you in case we do have a conversation that you can answer. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Crum? Okay, I don't think that he's on the call right now. So
he might have muted. I thought I heard him speak a moment ago. But.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, Chris Crum, is that you?
Yes, this is Chris Crum.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. There was a question, if you can answer it, regarding the southern perimeter of this property between the two parcels and tree preservation. Are you familiar with this site?
I did not research this site, particularly for this Board of Adjustment case. I can tell you that the preservation of the trees, if there's any required, would be subject specifically to the guidance in UDO 9.1. It is not up to the urban forestry department.
Okay, so in standard procedure, there will be some expectation of tree preservation without specifics. Is that correct?
This site, 2 acres or more in size.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so tree preservation would be required for the development. I can tell you that newsprint buffer zone 2, where they're not required to cross with a public street, would be required as primary tree conservation area. And then if they move into secondary tree conservation requirements, they're able to put them anywhere on the site that meets the minimum size requirements.
Right. So we can't, Mr. Turner, what he's saying is this not necessarily guaranteed. The southern portion would have tree preservation. It might, but the tree preservation is primarily planned for the buffer area where it's easier to meet the threshold requirement. So I don't know that we can answer your specific question about which trees might or might not be saved in this call. Do you have any other comments you want to offer?
No. Just that I understand that my concerns were not necessarily directly related to the variances requested, but yeah, I guess that's all I can do. That decision, when will that be made? At what point of the development will that be made? Of which trees come up and stay up and which one comes down? Which ones come down?
That's done through the administrative site plan and or subdivision review.
And I'm sorry, what process is that?
It's they file if either a site plan if this is going to be a rental development, or a subdivision if this is going to be a townhome development in the end. But that is an administrative process.
Okay, so there can't be, so there is that observable? Is there any citizen input in that process?
It is observable and notice as required by code, if any, will be provided, but it's not really for public comment per se. It's more about if you wish to appeal that approval based on some error made by staff, but there's no opportunity for just public opinion.
Okay.
Mr. Hodge, could I ask that perhaps you get in touch with Mr. Turner after the call and discuss the procedure with him so he's fully informed of what happens, and
Yes, sir.
if he has an opportunity to offer input, it would be made available.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mr. Turner, I'm not trying to shut off your questions, but I think those are good questions and probably best answered one-on-one conversation.
No, thank you very much for listening to me. I do understand that this is not really relevant, but it was just the best way for me to understand what's happening. So thank you. Yes, that sounds good.
Thank you. We appreciate that you made the effort to be heard. It's important. To that end, board members, are there any questions you have for Mr. Turner regarding the things he's raised? If not, Ms. Maddox, anything you would like to offer in the way of cross-examination? That's your right.
No cross-examination. I do want to clarify, I have been in touch with my team by text, and they do confirm a townhouse style apartment. So not necessarily separate townhouse building lots. And I think I will endeavor to, in following on Mr. Turner's issues, to have the developer contact him again to discuss, how the treatment will be along that southern line.
Great. Thank you. That's a good offer. I appreciate that. Okay. So any other questions from anyone? Ms. Maddox, any last word from you in the way of closing statements?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hodge, I think we've heard the last word from you, although anything else?
No, sir.
Board questions? Okay, let's close the hearing and move to board deliberations. There was a very direct request for variance. We can have discussion or a motion. Motion is welcome.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Coons, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. On the motion to approve the variances, Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving along to evidentiary hearing 2. This is 1905 New Hope Church Road, New Associates LLC, property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0064-2021. Mr. Hodge again, welcome back.
Thank you. So this is a request for an 85-foot variance to the 200-foot driveway spacing requirement set forth in UDO section 8.3.5.c to allow for a driveway spacing of not less than 115 feet for the construction of a customer driveway on a 3.64 acre property zoned industrial mixed use 3 parking limited, which is located at 1905 New Hope Church Road. So immediately to the east of this property, going north-south, is railroad tracks. To the west, this large building footprint you can see here is the Walmart located off of Wake Forest Road and New Hope Church Road, just to help orient you to where this is. There is a planned overpass being constructed along New Hope Church Road to facilitate high-speed rail and eliminate vehicle crossings of the railroad tracks in this vicinity. And as such, the existing driveway that this site currently utilizes along New Hope Church Road would be closed because of that elevated street section along the southern edge of this property. So that's what's triggering their desire to have an additional driveway. And here's the site plan. So they have an existing driveway already for their truck loading area at the north end of the site, and they're proposing this new driveway going on to Craftsman Drive. And for those of you familiar, Craftsman Drive continues on to the north and then goes to the west and comes out on Wake Forest Road near the McDonald's on Wake Forest Road in this vicinity. So essentially they want to have 2 driveways that are too close together per our standard. However, the alternative is to push this driveway further south, which then causes another problem where the driveway is too close to the intersection of the 2 streets. Again, we have transportation staff on the line, but I do believe we have come to the conclusion that this is the lesser of those 2 locations. From a problematic standpoint, this is not as significant an issue as if they were to move this driveway further south. So I believe this is the optimal location given the constraints, but again would need a variance to facilitate the relocation of that driveway because of the closure, because of the NCDOT overpass along New Hope Church Road. I'm here to answer any questions, and I believe, again, we also have transportation staff if you have any questions for them at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Board members, questions for Mr. Hodge or transportation? Okay, hearing none, let's move to Ms. Maddox again. Welcome back, and you may present the applicant's case.
Okay, good afternoon again. Isabel Maddox here on behalf of New Associates LLC. On the line today, Robert Boyette of New Associates, and also David Lasley, landscape architect of Piedmont Land Design. And I would move that the application materials and exhibits be admitted into the record. First slide shows the location of this property on the corner of Craftsman and New Hope Church Roads. This is currently a court furniture rental store and been operating perfectly fine with its main customer access on New Hope Church. But NCDOT has come along and said that they want to create a raised railroad crossing in this location, and therefore will shut off their access to New Hope Church Road, which is their main customer access. So they need to create a new customer access on Craftsman. And they went to the city. The city said, oh, you're too close to the existing truck access in the rear. And so therefore, we're here for an 85-foot variance in that 200-foot driveway spacing requirement. And if you'll move to the next slide, well, actually, the next one after that, you'll see, well, that's the one more, please. You'll see the site plan, and you'll see where the access is now. That's being cut off, and then you see where the truck loading area is in the rear, and you'll see where the new driveway is proposed. We do have several constraints really forcing that location. One is there's a site triangle distance problem between the intersection of New Hope and Craftsman, and you can see the red lines that create that site triangle where the visibility is not good. And also, NCDOT work will extend to that point. If you go to the next slide, you can see that better. Well, go one more slide. That red line is the extent to which the NCDOT work will go. So you really are pretty much boxed out from doing anything on the part of Craftsman in the near future because of the NCDOT project. But then go back one slide, if you wouldn't mind. This is a letter from the state DOT, and you can see the highlighted language. They've reviewed the access plan, and they don't have any issue with the proposed customer access in that location. They do not own or control Craftsman. That's a city road, but they have evaluated it in conjunction with their project and found no objection to that location. Continuing on the slides, that again shows where the NCDOT work is going to be on Craftsman. It kind of grays out that area. So it really does limit you on where you can put that customer access. And we think it's really important that there be a truck access, which we have now, that can, come in to make deliveries to the store and to take deliveries out to customers without interfering with the consumers that come to the showroom to pick out their furniture. We think that we don't want to have conflicts between those two uses. So it's really important to have two separate accesses for customer safety. So to recap the hardships, without this variance, we'll only have a single access point on Craftsman, and we don't think it will be safe for customers coming there. We have physical hardships. We have the rail overpass project, which eliminates our access on New Hope Church. There are some topo issues and site triangle, the related topo and site triangle issues at the intersection of Craftsman and New Hope Church that push us back further on Craftsman. We've located this as far away as possible from the existing truck access. These hardships are unique to the site and have not been self-created. We do believe that this variance will create a number of benefits. First and foremost is two distinct and safe access points for trucks and customers on Craftsman, and will maintain a safe site distance from the intersection of Craftsman and New Hope. And we'll also be supporting an existing business whose access has been eliminated through really no actions of their own. And so with that, we request your support, and we're certainly available for any questions. Hello?
I think you're on mute, Chairman.
Yeah, Rodney, you're muted.
Sorry, I try to do that to, yeah, you get it. Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, thank you, Ms. Maddox, and board members, your opportunity for questions. No one was jumping in. No one's signed up to speak in support or opposition. So Ms. Maddox, any final word from you?
No, sir.
Mr. Hodge?
No, sir.
Okay, then let's close the evidentiary hearing and we'll move to our board deliberations. Again, we're talking about a variance. And I'll take a motion. In fact, I will offer a motion to approve, and I'll look for a second.
Second.
Who was the second?
That was Michael.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Michael Rainey, we have a second. Any further discussion? Then let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Chairman Swink,
Approve?
Mr. Rainey,
Approve.
thank you. Mr. Mile? Mr. Mile, you're muted. Mr. Mile's frozen.
It's frozen, yes.
There you are. Mr. Mile? Yes or no?
He still froze.
Yes.
Approve, breaking up.
Okay. Mr. Mile, do you approve on the motion to approve the variance?
He did say yes. He did say
Approve. We'll take the yes. Thank you. Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisil.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next two items, both are going to be held to the end of the meeting. That's the VOA 65 2021 and 66 2021. We're going to come back to those later. So now we'll move to evidentiary hearing number 5. This is 3716 Evander Way. James B. Ziegler Jr. is the property owner. This is a variance BOA 0067-2021. And once again, Mr. Hodge, lead us on.
Thank you. This is a request for a 4-foot variance from the Unified Development Ordinance section 1.5.4.D.1.I, which allows unenclosed patios, decks, or terraces to extend up to 8 feet into a required 30-foot rear yard setback to allow for the construction of a deck that would result in an 18-foot rear yard setback on a 0.25 acre lot zone residential 4 and located at 3716 Evander Way. So there's an existing home and in gray here in the upper right hand corner at the rear of the structure is the location of the proposed deck. So again, that is going 4 feet closer to the rear property line than it would otherwise be allowed. The existing screen porch, as shown on this plan, already encroaches into the rear yard setback. So this would just be adding a deck into a location that there was already an encroachment. And would be going no closer to that rear yard setback than the adjacent screen porch would be. Happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Otherwise, that would conclude my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Board members, questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let's move now to the applicant, Randy Herman. Welcome. I'll ask you to proceed with the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman Swink. If we can go, I'm going to go through this presentation. Mr. Ziegler, I believe, is available if there are any questions. Again, this is the subject property, 3716 Evander Way, quarter-acre lot in a residential subdivision. If we go to the next slide, this is an aerial view showing, again, the location and placement of the house on the lot. Next slide. So as you can see, there is, that drawing didn't show up right. Well, anyway, There's an existing deck on screen porch on the rear of the lot. The applicant got a variance in 2004 to place that existing deck closer to the rear property line than the 30-foot setback that would be required on the lot. Deck has been there since 2004 under that existing variance with no issues. And what he is seeking now is to widen the deck, to add an unscreened, to connect on the existing screen porch, to the existing screen portion of the deck, to widen it to cover most of the rear of the house on that side. But not go any further closer to the rear property line than what the existing structure is. So basically, he's widening it along the rear of the house.
You cut out for just a moment, Mr. Herman. Is this a covered or uncovered expansion?
This is uncovered.
Okay.
Existing portion of the deck is covered and screened. This would be an uncovered extension of that. So on this slide, north is at the bottom. So if you kind of rotate your orientation of that house, so the rear of the house at the top of the slide, on the right side is the existing deck, and then the shaded area is showing the proposed extension. So it would be 9 feet wider and would be as deep, about 14 feet, as the existing. So again, the rear setback on this property is 30 feet. Under the terms of the UDO, as Mr. Hodge mentioned, we can encroach up to 8 feet into the existing setback, but because the new part of the porch and have it run along the same line as the existing part, we're asking for a variance of an additional 4 feet. So it would be a total of 12-foot encroachment into the 30-foot setback. So just to address the elements of the variance quickly, again, strict compliance with the 30-foot setback would put the setback right almost exactly at the rear of the house. In terms of the ordinance, again, we can go 8 feet into the setback, but all we're proposing is an additional 4-foot variance in order to align the new deck with the existing deck. Again, the current deck has been there since 2004. Under the previous variance, there's been no issues or complaints from any of the neighbors about the placement of the deck. The conditions creating the hardship here are about the placement and the location of the house pretty much up to the rear setback line. That all goes back to 1996 when the house was built, and is not anything that was created by the applicant. And the rear portion of the lot and also the rear portions of the adjacent lots behind this one are well landscaped. There's a drainage easement along the rear, which preserves the kind of open space and privacy between the houses. That is what the rear setback is intended to protect. That is all I have for the presentation. If any members of the board have any question, we're happy to answer those.
Great, thank you, Mr. Herman. Board members, any questions? Okay, hearing none, there are no one else has signed up to speak, either in support or opposition. Mr. Herman, you just summarized your presentation, although you may say something else if you wish.
I have nothing else.
Great. Mr. Hodge, likewise?
Likewise.
Okay, then let's close the evidentiary hearing. I'll move to our board deliberations and motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Couch. I have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Rainey, thank you for your second. I have a motion to approve, a second. Further discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please. Ralph?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion to approve, Mr. Coons?
Approve?
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Swank?
Approve?
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Udicel.
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move along to evidentiary hearing 6. This is 8104 Calais Court. Matthew and Neil Fulkerson and Carolyn Fulkerson are the property owners. This is a variance, BOA 2021. Mr. Booker, you're with us now. Justin Booker, let me swear you in and we'll have your presentation. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And jump right in.
All right, thank you. I just need the presenter privilege from Eric. Eric, if you could make me the presenter.
I think
I'm not.
Glenn?
I think
did
the,
that.
I think the coordinator
Okay.
has to do that.
There
You
we
should
go.
be ready to go.
Appreciate it. Okay. Just change my display real quick. Okay, so good afternoon. This next item, BOA 0068 2021, is for 8104 Calais Court. The applicant and property owners, Matthew Neil Fulkerson and Carolyn Fulkerson, request a 5-foot variance from the required 10-foot side lot line setback as established in Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.2.1.b.3 for the construction of a garage addition to an existing detached house. So the property is shown here, highlighted in red. It's on a 0.5 acre lot zoned residential 4. And here is the applicant provided exhibit showing the proposed improvement in red. This is the proposed garage addition. As you can see, as noted in red, the storage shed is to be removed. I'm happy to take any questions the board may have. Otherwise, I can hand it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for Mr. Booker? Okay, let's move along to the applicant, and we have the owners who are the presenters today. I'm going to swear you in one at a time. Kara Fulkerson, if you would please state your address and of course, your relationship to the case as the owner, but if you state your address and let me reaffirm your oath.
Yes, so my address is 8104 Calais Court, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27613, and I'm a property owner.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Matt Fulkerson, are you also going to be presenting?
No.
Okay. All right. If we need you, we'll call on you.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, Ms. Fulkerson, please present your case. And again, please try to focus on the applicable standards to the extent possible.
Yes. So looking at the survey, as you can see, based on the construction of our property in 1982, due to the topography of our lot, it is up on a hill, and also having septic on the right side of the property that goes through the front yard and around some landscaping. We're very limited in where we could add a garage to the house. So in order to get a 1-car garage, disturbing as little of the mature landscaping as possible, and also keeping with the kind of existing feel of the neighborhood, mature trees, keeping distance from our property. Our neighbors, this was the best route by removing the storage. We would also eliminate, any extra buildings on the property and bring in more landscaping to add back what we would be taking away for the impervious with the garage construction. Let me see. So this was just a rough sketch of just to give you an idea of we're trying to keep with the feel of the existing structure. We will also maintain all building requirements, the 30-foot back setback, building heights, impervious surface area, and so forth. And just a kind of an aerial view, you can see the existing property, and obviously we did not go to an architect yet. Pending approval, we will do that, and we will make sure that we have plenty of room to provide that 5-foot setback variance, so we aren't encroaching on that. And that is all I have.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Fulkerson? No one? Okay, thank you. No one else signed up to speak in support or opposition. So I think that can wrap this case up. Do you have any final thoughts, Ms. Fulkerson? Give you one more chance here.
I don't. This was the least disturbing way to get a garage without having a detached garage and on the behind the existing dwelling. So.
Okay, Mr. Booker, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay, board members, last chance. Okay, let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to our deliberations and motion.
Approved.
I'm sorry, who was that?
That was Michael.
Okay, Mr. Rainey, thank you. I have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Rudisill, thank you. I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? And let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Rainey, just to note that we're having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if it's the connection or not. On the vote to approve, on the motion to approve, Mr. Rainey.
Approved.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you. Chairman Swank.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move along. Evidentiary hearing 7. This is 3901 Mission Ridge Road, the Summit Church, Homestead Heights Baptist Church property owners. This is a variance, BOA 0069-2021. And Mr. Booker, I believe this is for your presentation again.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, request is for a variance. They are seeking, the Summit Church, Homestead Heights Baptist Church is seeking complete relief from Unified Development Ordinance sections 7.1.2.c and 7.1.7.k, which requires minimum short-term bicycle parking at a rate of 1 space per 2 classrooms, as well as long-term bicycle parking at a rate of 3 spaces per classroom. And this is in association with the establishment of a school located at an existing church facility. The property is shown here in red. It is a 66.71 acre lot zoned IX3. You can see it's located off of Capitol Boulevard, and along the northern portion of the property line, there is a rail corridor that runs north to south there. And again, here's just a closer aerial of the property. Shown in yellow is the scope of the next slide, which is the applicant's exhibit. You can see north is oriented a little differently, but this is the proposed church/school site. Again, I'm just happy to answer any questions the board may have. Otherwise, I can hand it back over to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for staff? Okay, let's move to the applicant's case. Paul Stam, I believe you're here to represent the applicant. Welcome.
Yes, as attorney, yes. And Mr. I have my engineer there on standby.
Okay, if we
Do you need to have him sworn in first?
We'll bring him in if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, well, my opening statement, I guess, would be This is very unlike most of what you've heard today. The problem is, in this case, that needs to be solved is that it would be dangerous for the variance not to be allowed because this is in it, and this is what I'll ask him to testify to. This is in a commercial district surrounded by commercial uses on Capitol Boulevard, and you wouldn't want to put bike racks out there that might tempt somebody to use them. So if we could call him as a witness, I'll ask him a few questions.
Okay, what is, who is it that you're inviting to be the witness?
I just spoke to him a minute ago.
David Arnold.
Yeah, David Arnold, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Mr. Arnold, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you please give your name, address, and your relationship to the case? Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, my name is David Arnold. My address is 113 Yosemite Court in Holly Springs, and I am the civil engineer helping the school get through the process of trying to be able to have a school at the church facility.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arnold.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Mr. Stam, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Arnold, in like 2 sentences, what is your qualifications to speak on this? What's your profession and experience?
I'm a civil engineer by practice with site design and land development.
Okay. Is this a proposed school a full-time school or a part-time school?
It is a part-time school. They'll be meeting either 2 or 3 days a week based on grade level.
Okay. And because of that, do the teachers bring their supplies to the school as opposed to leaving them there?
They do have to bring a portion of their supplies with them each day.
Okay. Is this property zoned industrial mixed use?
Yes, it is.
Is the portion of the property to use the school right there on Capitol Boulevard?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. And during the week, may I assume, is it true that the school would be operated during the weekday, 2 or 3 days a week? Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what the traffic is like on Capitol Boulevard during the weekday at the morning when school starts, in the early morning, mid-morning?
I don't have those traffic counts, but this is a fairly new facility, and a TIA was done as part of the it. So that was for Sunday morning. But the traffic, as we all would know, is very heavy during the commuting hours.
All right. Do you have an opinion satisfactory to yourself whether it would actually be dangerous for someone to ride a bike to this school?
I feel that it would be dangerous for a child or adult, for that matter, potentially to ride to the school.
Okay. So would having bike racks out in front of the church be a useful thing or not useful at all?
I don't feel that it would not be useful and they would not be utilized.
Would it actually, if bike racks out front actually tempted someone to ride his or her bike to school or the church, would that be a dangerous situation?
Yes, it would.
I don't have any other questions, but I'm sure the board will.
Okay, yes, board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Arnold or Mr. Stam? I have one. Could we back out to an overview picture of this site where I can see the surroundings? So there's no, the closest residential is to the northwest, and is that accurate? Mr. Booker, can you maybe speak to that?
Yes, it looks like there is a residential neighborhood to the northwest that is in between that rail line corridor.
Yeah, the rail line is in between, right? Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions? Mr. Stam, I jumped in. Did you have any more in the way of a presentation? I didn't want to.
No, I think that covers it, Mr. Chair, and it's not the typical usual situation, but I think it certainly deserves a variance because this project just cannot happen at all if they have to put bike racks out because it would tempt people to use them.
Okay, got it. We have no other participants signed up to speak in favor or against. So, board members, any questions from you?
Chairman Swink, did we swear Mr. Stam in?
He is sworn in already
Okay,
as the
very good.
attorney, but thank you, Mr. Butler, for verifying that. The attorneys are sworn in advance. Anyone? Okay. Let's close the evidentiary hearing. In this case, I want to make an observation. I tend to be hugely in favor of bike racks because I think it's good to encourage people to take bikes, but I understand the circumstances and seeing nothing nearby that would be even remotely accessible by bike. I'm comfortable with the proposal. Again, normally I would say, why would you not want bikes? But I think your presentation is clear and I understand that. So I'm just wanted to state that for the record. And I'll open the discussion for a motion. Having made the statement, I will move to approve. May I have a second?
Make a second.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. I have a motion to approve in a second. Any further conversation, discussion? Then we'll move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Chairman Swain?
I approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Koontz.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rittisell.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay, that's our 5. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to our evidentiary hearing 8. Okay, this is 0, 1521, 1523, 1525, and 1527 Sunrise Avenue. ENC Investment Holdings LLC, Edward J. Bennett III, and Better Living Rentals LLC property owners. This is a variance, BOA 0071-2021. Mr. Booker, it's yours to present.
Yes, so this variance request is for a 14.5 foot variance from the required 21.14 foot to 25.58 foot front yard setback, which results in a 7-foot front yard setback as set forth in Unified Development Ordinance 5.4.3.F.3.A.2, and this is for the construction of a townhouse development. The assemblage shown here is a 1.39 acre tract made up of those properties. It is zoned R10, and it is located within the 5 Points East Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, which is what the variance pertains to. It's this NCOD standard. So lastly, here you can see the applicant provided exhibit showing the proposed townhouse development. And I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I can hand it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do we have any questions for Mr. Booker? Okay, let's move along. Toby Coleman, welcome. It's your case to present.
Thank you, Chairman Swink and board members. This is Toby Coleman here on behalf of the applicants for this variance. I presume everybody can hear me.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could move to the next slide. With me here today also is Josh Crumpler, who's the project engineer. I'm going to go over and if you have specific questions, Josh can obviously come in. My address is 150 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, Suite 2300. I would ask just at the top that all presentations and documents be entered into the record. Mr. Booker did a very good job of summarizing this. This is a case where we're seeking a variance from a setback standard established by the NCOD. It's very similar, but not quite the same as the residential infill setback that y'all are familiar with. I believe you guys actually I believe the board heard a case last month on seeking a variance from this requirement. So you may have some familiarity. But just to give you sort of a background, the requirement is 10% plus or minus from the average front yard setback. So new homes have to have a setback, a front yard setback of the average or plus or minus 10% of the homes on the block. And there's no definition within the UDO of what a front yard setback is. The UDO generally uses the term primary street setback, but there is a definition of front yard, which is defined as the space between the right-of-way line and the front of the house. And that's really where the issue lies here. This is a provision that's a little prototypical. It was enacted before the current UDO and before the current residential infill sections, and so it uses a term that's not used in the rest of the UDO. It works well so long as the entire block has the same right-of-way line. So you have the current right-of-way line there on the screen. You can see it in red. If you go to the next slide, it basically runs along the back of the existing sidewalk on the western side of Sunrise Avenue. Using that right-of-way line and the existing homes, the established sort of average setback line is 21.69 feet plus or minus. And so you see that so long as you have a consistent line from you get a setback of 21.69 feet from the existing sidewalk. There's a picture there of the site there on your left. Sort of, it's the three homes sort of going on your left, going north, and then you can see the site outlined in green. If you go to the next slide. So the issue here, where the hardship arises, is that the city it interprets the term front yard setback as being very inflexible. So no matter what the circumstance is, the front yard setback must be measured from the right-of-way line. That creates a hardship in our case because as part of the subdivision of this property for redevelopment, an additional 13.58 feet will be dedicated along the frontage of this property. And the result is, as you can see, is that while the rest of the block has that red right-of-way line where they measure their front yard setback from, the site will have to measure would have to, if applied strictly, measure its right-of-way line from the orange line, which is 13.5 feet back. I just want to note that, in context, this site, again, is about 1.39 acres, has about 200 feet of frontage. The total block length along this block of Sunrise is about 830 feet. So the dedication of additional right-of-way in this case is something that's required by the UDO. It is not expected to result in a wider street, a change in the curb, or a change in the existing sidewalk as part of this development. If you go to the next slide. So the hardship, one of the other things to note is that what we're seeking a variance for is just to basically keep the homes sort of closer to the sidewalk so that we don't have to push the homes back. That's effectively what the current front setback rules would require. If applied strictly, you'd have to move the home sites back another 13 feet. That creates some issues, as you can see, because there's a 50-foot riparian buffer and a 20-foot sewer easement on the back of the property that we are contending with. And again, the goal here is actually to keep the homes from being pushed back closer to the homes to the properties on the further to the west. If you go to the next slide. So again, was somebody going to say something? I'm sorry. Okay. So it creates so ultimately what it creates is an unintended consequence here. By strictly interpreting the front yard setback to be from the right-of-way line, no matter where the right-of-way line is, no matter if the right-of-way line is consistent on the block or not, you get a situation where instead of establishing a front setback from a physical landmark to get a consistent streetscape, you're establishing the front yard setback from a invisible line that you can only find on a paper plat recorded in the county courthouse. The result in this case is, as shown there, instead of having a setback 21.69 feet from the back of the sidewalk plus or minus, you end up having to have homes set back another 13.5 feet back. If you go to the next slide, I'll just note that this is, what we are seeking is a variance actually to ensure that the development is
We lost you.
The intent here is to can you hear me? Sorry, yeah, problems. Okay, sorry. The intent is to comply with the intent of the NCOD, which is to maintain a consistent streetscape along this side of the block. The variance we're requesting is so that the homes can be set back 7 feet from the new right-of-way line. This effectively establishes a setback from the existing sidewalk consistent with the rest of the homes on the block, about 21 feet. And so that would be the minimum setback we're asking for. Obviously, it may vary a little bit. And if you go to the next slide, I will note that this is consistent with city policy. The city learned through its residential infill standards, which have sort of a similar process, that when you have differing widths of right of ways along a block, you can't expect consistent results if you measure from the right of way line. If the right of way line is different, it's sort of obvious. And so what section 2.2.7 of the UDO, which is the residential infill standards, actually says is if the road is of differing widths, then you should measure from the center line of the road. The reason that we're having to do a variance here is because we took that issue to city staff and we said, hey, can we import this concept into the NCOD, since the NCOD doesn't say either way what you should do in the event that there's a differing right-of-way width, probably because the NCOD didn't anticipate it. And the answer from the city is we don't think we have the ability to do that. And so as a result, the strict interpretation is that without a variance, we would have to be further set back. So again, we think this is consistent with the intent of the NCOD, consistent with city policy, and would result in something that was visually consistent with the neighborhood. We are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Board members, do you have any questions? No one? Okay. We have no one speaking in support. We do have some opponents. We'll start with Sean Carton. If you are here, please, could you state your address and your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Thank you, sir. My name is Sean Carton. My address is 1624 Bickett Boulevard, and I am a neighbor to the proposed development variance.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for your time, and thank you, Mr. Holman and Mr. Bucher, for sort of laying out what is happening. I will say, obviously, I'm not a real estate lawyer or an engineer or developer, so I don't appreciate a lot of what's going on. Similar to a prior case, I have questions, and I don't want to delay the board, but just looking at the plot development, I guess my initial question is this variance the only variance that is being proposed, or have there been other variances that have already been proposed and approved to the UDO and development of the plan? And the reason I ask is just, based on looking at the UDO and the General Historic Overlay District, I mean, my initial reaction to learning about a development like this is that, it's surprising to me that an 18 building development on, a little over an acre is consistent with the intent and purpose of a 5-point overlay district. and, in line with preserving the look and integrity of the existing neighborhood. So, I didn't know if there were other variances like on the table eventually, or will need to be, or if this is basically it.
Okay, well, I'll answer that two ways. One, of course, we have to focus today on this specific variance. That's where we can focus our attention. That's what we'll be voting on today. But Mr. Booker, are you aware of any other actions taken in regard to this case? Any other variance request?
I am not aware of any other variance requests associated with any of these properties. I can double check right now, but as far as I'm aware, and if Eric knows anything else, there have been no other related variances.
Okay. Mr. Coleman, may I ask you if you're aware of any other on your client's behalf?
My client has not filed any other variance requests that I am aware of, and I have not been involved in any.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Carden, that's fine. What else would you offer?
Yeah, so thank you. That's helpful. And I guess, and perhaps just a clarification to Mr. Coleman. It sounds like, and as the neighbor on the other side on Bickett, I think when I learned of this development, obviously, I was very concerned about impacts on the riparian buffer. I just wanted to make sure that there was no intention to disturb any of the forestation within that buffer. And I guess it seems like to me that the variance on the 10-foot setback allows further buildings. And as Mr. Coleman said, it allows them to avoid the buffer or encroaching upon the buffer or requesting a variance to encroach on the buffer, which I greatly appreciate. But I guess that would be my main concern, is that, all of the other residents and citizens within this neighborhood had to make sure that they were sort of in compliance with the overlay district and with the buffer on the riparian side. And I guess I would want, some kind of comfort to, mitigate my opposition that the buffer is not going to be disturbed in any way.
Mr. Coleman, would you like to respond to that? You will have a chance, of course, for your own cross-examination, but in the interest of the question, do you have a response?
Yeah, I would just say that the plan as shown avoids the required buffer. Those are state buffer rules, and so my client plans to comply with the UDO and state-related rules, and so I guess hopefully that provides comfort. I think that's what I can say.
Yeah. No, that's helpful. I guess, since the request is very specific to the setback, I guess I would just conclude by reiterating that, I think the request is a variance from the 5-point overlay district, and I don't see how the request is in support of a development that is in line with that overlay district. And two, I don't understand. I would just greatly appreciate the board to consider how the variance would avoid an unnecessary hardship, because it seems that the hardship would be to make some of the buildings smaller or to have less lots, which is a hardship, but I would just posit that it may not be unnecessary, right? I think this is an effort to maximize the development of the property, which I can understand, but I don't think it's unusable property without the grant of the variance. And so I guess I would just conclude by that and thank everyone for their time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carden. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Carden? Mr. Coleman, anything you would like to respond to or cross-examine Mr. Carden over?
No, I would just note that the hardship here is specific to the property, and that the standard under state law is not a complete loss of value of the property.
Okay, let's move along to our second opponent, William Lowell. Would you please state your address and your relationship to the case?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
William Lowell, 1628 Bickett Boulevard. I'm across the street from the neighbor who just spoke. And I agree with a lot of what he was saying. And I'm a general contractor and I build.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I need to be more clear. I need to swear you in first. It's my fault. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm a general contractor and I live, my property is kind of catty corner. It backs up to this development. And the biggest question I have is with this variance, since that's what we're really, this is all about today, is if it looks to me the units 15 through 18 are pushing it back to the buffer zone. So again, this is a residential street. There's 27 houses on this end of Sunrise, and you're going to put in 18 townhomes. So I don't understand why you can't do 7 or the first 14. And I know there's that sewer easement. So you're wanting to put in the additional 15 through 18 in the back. And it seems like that's what the whole point of this variance is about. Eliminate those. And if it's a sewer easement, you could bump the second row back towards the sewer easement and it looks like there's going to be 40 parking spaces. So it looks like they were all going to be drive under like the other development around the corner, but drive under garages. So why, is there a reason other than the sewer easement? And if you eliminated, like I said, 15 through 18, either you just do the first row or you do the second one and bump it back towards the sewer easement so that they would have room to get under the house. Because if you, obviously the way it is now, it looks like the driveways on, let me look at on 8 through 14, it looks like the driveways come from the back and go underneath the house on 8 through 14. So if you bump those back and you can't get into the sewer easement, you're not going to have room to get in your garage. So that's my biggest question, is that this all seems to be mainly on those last 4 units, 15 through 18. And like I said, this is 18 units and there's only 27 houses on that street. So it seems like I know, profit, we're trying to maximize the profit, but I don't know why you can't do less units.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to say?
No, just my same concerns about the buffer zone, the 50-foot, just want to keep that intact and just, that's very important to us on Bickett, all of us on this side of the street. So.
Okay. Great, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Lowell? Okay, Mr. Coleman, do you want to offer a cross-examination?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. We do have a third person, Mark Hagan, who signed up. Mr. Hagan, if you would state your address, your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Chair Swing, this is Matt Clem. I don't believe Mark Hagan is on the call.
Okay.
Mark, if I'm not seeing you, if I'm missing you, please send me a chat. But I do not see him in the roster on the call right now.
Okay, well, that's fine. He had his privilege to not speak if he just changed his mind. Okay, in that case, let's move to our closing, which first, Mr. Coleman, I'll give you the chance to offer any closing statements.
Thank you, Chair Swink. I don't believe, I think I've stated my case enough, and certainly we are available for questions as the board may see appropriate.
Okay, good. Mr. Booker, likewise from you, any last thoughts from staff?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and board members, any chance for questions now? Last questions?
Yeah, John Coates here.
Yeah.
Somebody in staff talked to me and probably just informed the board more readily on, what can you do on or around a 20-foot sewer easement? I mean, I know you can't really build on it. Can you park on it? What are those stipulations look like? I think there's some things brought up that I think we need to consider regarding that. I mean, I know you can't build vertical on it. You can obviously park or drive on it. Anything else that we can or can't do on that 20-foot easement?
As far as I know, my understanding is similar to yours. You can't build on it. I believe you can park on it. I think Eric, if you want to jump in case there's anything I'm missing or.
That's my understanding as well. However, anything that is constructed there, such as parking, would be subject to removal as needed for maintenance, repairs, etc. So when people can, they tend to try to keep all their infrastructure on their site out of that easement because it is subject to city authority to go in and remove things as needed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Koontz. Other board questions? Okay, then let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to our board deliberations. Conversation, discussion, certainly motions are welcome.
Hey, Koontz here. I'm just having a hard time really getting to find the hardship here. I mean, it's obviously a site that has some restrictions, but by definition, it can be developed on to a less dense extent, I think. It's kind of where my head is currently. I'm interested to hear what everybody else says about that.
Okay. Other thoughts, anyone? Yeah, I mean, we're not really discussing the intensity of the development, although that's really part of what's driving the part of what's driving the variance request. The setback and how you measure the setback. I think the case has been sufficiently made as to the appropriate measurement of the setback.
Mm-hmm.
How that
could I make one additional note if the board is willing to reopen the hearing?
Who is this?
This is Toby Coleman. This is Toby Coleman.
Let me hang on a second. We're raising some questions. Maybe we can reopen the hearing if Mr. Coleman has something to offer. Is it up to the board to decide? Let me ask you this way: does anyone object? I don't know, Mr. Pacini. Does that require a roll call vote, or can I just get a sense of the group?
I think you can choose, Mr. Swink, in your discretion. I think it is, if you want to do a quick check with the board and make sure nobody objects to you doing that, I think that's a good idea. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Catherine. If there's no objections, and Mr. Koontz has raised some questions, and let's give Mr. Coleman the opportunity to speak in. We'll open this up, Mr. Coleman, and then we'll also open up questions again. So go ahead. What did you have to say?
I just want to note that the reason, so the sole reason for this variance is triggered by the city's requirement of additional right-of-way dedication. That's actually has nothing to do with the actual intensity of the development, but rather the size of the assemblage. So the reasoning for the dedication is that it's over, I believe, an acre. Justin or Eric can correct me if I've got that number wrong, but that's what triggers this requirement under the city's ordinance. And so that is what is triggering the requirement and why we're requesting the variance. Whether you put homes on this or otherwise, you would still have the same issue. You just, it's only, that is the reason for this. Obviously there is they are seeking townhome lots, but that is not any basis for the city asking for this additional right of way. It's just that the city says what has happened is that the Sunrise Avenue is currently a 40-foot wide public right of way. It is significantly undersized under city ordinance. So anytime you exceed a certain amount, you have to dedicate that additional right of way, even if the city's not going to use it. Again, we sought to just try to have an interpretation because, again, we think this is really has to do with less of a density issue and more of just a interpretation of, if you're trying to make a consistent setback, where should the setbacks be? And so we have And that is why we're seeking this variance. I hope that helps. Hope that provides some additional information.
This is Eric Hodge with planning staff. Any act of subdivision, even one lot into two, would trigger right-of-way dedication. So it has nothing to do with the number of units, except for that the fact that there's an increase in lots over the situation that the lot configuration currently enjoys. So one lot into two triggers the same right-of-way dedication that 3 lots into 18 would trigger, or whatever the math is here.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge and Mr. Coleman. So just as sort of a background, was this an allowed use, or did this have to go through a approval process to develop as it's being proposed? Setting aside the variance, did this have to go through the Planning Commission, Council? Mr. Hodge, Mr. Booker, either of you know?
Yes, this is Justin Booker. No, this is allowed use. Zoned R10.
Okay.
And townhomes are an allowed use.
So there's been no other approval processes along the way. Okay. Which gets back to one of the earlier neighborhood questions. Okay. Any other board member questions for either staff or Mr. Coleman? Okay, then let us again close the evidentiary hearing and we'll go back to our deliberations. You know, this is one where one may argue with the density and the intensity of the development. I understand that from a neighborhood perspective. I can see the flags being raised. This isn't allowed use. This has the density is allowed. The question is really the setback and the variance for the setback, which I don't think really changes the equation. It may be some extent, but I'm not sure that it does. So I think that I'm comfortable with this proposed variance. Any other thoughts though? Mr. Koontz, I know you had some reservations. Anyone else wish to express an opinion?
I mean, I get the you know, in light of its own circumstances, the request for you know the additional relief from right of way, or you know the you know how you look at it. But if they could meet it with the site plan, then they could meet it, right? So it obviously does put pressure back on the site plan. So and what they're trying to approve. So yes, I mean the applicant's correct in that yes, it has nothing to do with the site plan, but it's got to back up to something, right? I mean, I understand how this whole thing works. I don't know. I'm still thinking on it.
Yeah. Welcome other thoughts. You all have anyone ideas? Help us kind of frame our thinking on this. And Ms. Hill, just to clarify for our those who have joined us today and for our own benefit, if this variance is denied, what are the options available to the applicant?
Well, from a development regulation standpoint, if it's denied, then they would have to develop in accordance with this, the regulation they're seeking a variance from. So I don't know if that's what you're asking. The other, you know, there are other judicial remedies, there's, you know, appeals and all of that. But if you're asking what's the applicant for, what's the application for the development, it would be they have to comply with them. And yeah.
Yes. So
there's no other avenue to seek relief from that same requirement if the variance is not granted.
I do believe they can go to the Appearance Commission for relief from the dedication, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps the attorney for the matter can speak to that, but I believe that is also an avenue that would change the right-of-way dedication and therefore eliminate the need for variance relief, but I'll let Mr. Coleman confirm that.
Mr. Coleman, hold that thought or gather your thoughts while I clarify with Ms. Hill. So this doesn't mean the development could not occur. It could still occur, just the footprint becomes different.
Yeah, I don't know how many units they could get. I mean, that's a good question for the applicant, but they would have to develop in accordance with the development regulation. Now, what Eric is mentioning is that with the front setback, let me back up. They have to develop in accordance with the front setback. Now, to the extent there is another UDO regulation that they could seek relief from that would give the same effect, we're not talking about anything else here besides this one front setback variance. So it's possible they could seek, I guess, appearance commission if that's the right avenue. I haven't seen the specific UDO section, but there might be some other avenues with that. But right now we're just talking about the front yard setback.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. This is Don. I've listened to both sides of this case, and we're talking about the setback from the front there, and it seems like that it's really not going to create that much of an issue when we talk about that front yard setback. I'll be in favor of voting to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. I appreciate your statement. Anyone else? I mean, the suggestion is that there will still be development. We don't know what that might be. It might be slightly different. It could be the same intensity, just in a tighter footprint. We don't know that. We're not asking the applicant to tell us what they would choose to do. But recognize that this does not mean it's not an up or down vote on whether the development occurs, or even this type of development occurs. That's, just be clear, it's not, that's what I wanted clarification. It's not if we deny it, it can't happen. No, it can still happen, it just happens differently. Mr. Koontz, I see you ruminating there.
I gotta recuse myself from this. I just received some communication that, I mean, Catherine, what ought to do?
Okay. Why do you think?
I mean, nobody's supposed to discuss this with me outside of this, right? And I'm receiving people emailing who know me about this. So I got to get out of this.
Okay, so let me kind of do a little bit of a Q&A here with you then to help you get there. So I guess my first question is, do you have any type of relationship, whether it be business or associational, with any of the affected persons in the variance request?
Yes.
Okay. So that's one reason for a conflict of interest under state law. The other one would be ex parte communication, which is what you were initially alluding to, speaking outside. So that is not necessarily in and of itself a reason for a conflict of interest, but it can be, and it must be disclosed on the record what that communication is. And then if it's something that keeps you from being a fair and impartial decision maker, then that would be a reason to be recused too as a conflict of interest. So it sounds like
the first one, I know a person, but it's not like there's no visiting with them, if that makes a difference. But second of all, that's where the communication is coming from.
Okay, do you think that it would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial decision maker?
At this point, I don't know what to do, yeah. So I think I probably have to.
Okay, well, if you think it would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial decision maker, then recusing yourself would be the right thing to do.
Let's do that.
So here's what I would do is that we would say,
just so you know, we have no alternate. Mr. Kenny has had to bow out due to illness.
Right, and we have a vacancy with the other city alternate. So let me do some quick math in my head. I don't think that changes anything for you, because if you need
he needs 4 out of 5 votes, so it would have to be unanimous.
Well, hold on. Under state law, if you have a vacancy and you're recused for conflict of interest, you can take that seat out for calculating the 4/5. So even if we brought it down to 4, okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, we need 0.8. Yeah, you would still need 4 votes.
So it could still go forward if it was or not. Yeah, there's 4 votes.
Right.
I think it doesn't change that I got to recuse myself.
Well, the fact that you recuse yourself does mean that they would need a unanimous vote of the,
Right.
so I guess that Mr. Swink, what you could choose to do is give the applicant the option to continue until we have a city alternate who can hear the case so that they're not having to have a unanimous vote. It's up to you. I think that's the typical practice, is that options given to the applicant. I just want to make sure too, before we do that, Mr. Kuntz, that there's nobody on the board that objects to his recusal.
No, I don't object to that. If he's not comfortable, I would not want him to move forward.
I would agree.
Okay. And okay, Mr. Coleman, you've been involved in these cases. You understand what we're talking about here. We can go forward with a vote with the 4 of us remaining, or you can continue this case till at a time when we have an additional person. Mr. Kuntz, I assume, will still be recused given the status. So we would need at least another a board appointment. We have a vacancy now, or Mr. Kinney coming back to the board from his illness. So do you have what's your preference?
Absent information from the other voting members, if there's some information from the voting members on where they're leaning, certainly that could impact my decision. But absent that,
sure, I'm willing to get an informal poll, a sense of the board. Mr. Miles indicated that he is willing to support this. Ms. Rudisill, do you have you're leaning any one way or the other?
I just had another question once we get back to board discussion. So.
Okay, well, we'll hold that. Mr. Rainey, are you leaning one way or the other?
I am currently on the fence on this. And my struggle is a little different. And I know there have been some issues with my connection. If you can't hear me well, somebody start waving. As I understand it, the hardships that are being identified are the additional right-of-way, the riparian buffer, and the sewer easement. What I'm concerned about is we have an NCOD. So we have a neighborhood overlay district, and I'm hearing concern from neighbors about this. And to some extent, I feel like the board's being asked to interpret an ambiguity in the NCOD by way of a variance. What I'm on the fence about, though, because I'm always hesitant when there's an NCOD because the neighborhood enacted that, and I feel like they should be relatively strictly construed. But I don't think I hear a lot of concern from neighbors about the specific issue we're talking about. I feel like the concern is about the intensity of development as opposed to the setback that we're dealing with. And so that's where my struggle lies.
Okay, well said. Thank you. So Mr. Coleman, you're getting a sense of the group. There's some uncertainty here.
Understood, and certainly willing to answer any questions to the extent that it's useful. We did make a request. I know Mr. Remetta is on the line, so he can confirm this. I did discuss this with Mr. Remetta in terms of an interpretation, and asked him specifically if we could basically import this, the concept that's in the residential infill into the NCOD. Mr. Remetta's interpretation was it cannot be done as he reads the residential infill rules. Again, I think it is consistent, and as has been said, I think that it's in terms of what we're actually talking about the variance for, whether you're talking about townhomes, whether you're talking about 6 homes on this lot, whether you're talking about 6 townhomes that are much larger, you're still going to have the same issue. And in terms of what this variance is it's a variance to it's, again, I am very, very, anybody that has talked to me about this knows that I am very cautious about NCOD variances. I've been before y'all with NCOD variances. I don't take them lightly because I think that there is a higher standard for NCOD, whether purposeful or not. And I understand why. And so I appreciate the concerns about it. I think that in this case, it is a situation where the NCOD and some of the NCOD provisions were enacted prior to the residential infill provisions. The result was you have this front yard setback definition that's different than principal yards street setback. And while the city has, addressed issues that come up with differing right-of-ways with principal streets, because that comes up more commonly, the same sort of tweaks that staff had to actually go through text changes to propose and enact. So this, the provision that says if you got differing right-of-way widths, measure from the center line instead of the right-of-way, that's actually a result of a text change proposed by staff after this issue came up within the context of residential infill. Obviously, you don't see that come up as much in NCOD, and so that issue has not been corrected within the context of the NCOD, although it's fairly clear that the intent of the front yard setback rule is to have a consistent setback from the curb or from the sidewalk, and not from again a line that none of us can see.
Ms. Russell had a question. I'm going to, because we're having more general discussion, I'm going to open back up the evidentiary hearing because we're getting a lot of information here that's more appropriate to the evidentiary hearing phase. So that's going to reopen that. Thank you, Mr. Coleman, for your additional comments. Ms. Russell, you said you had a question.
Yeah, but Michael spoke after I spoke, and what he stated was essentially my concern is we have neighbors that are concerned about the development. It appears, as he stated, that it's not with respect to the development issues, the easement. And I guess my basic question is, what weight and consideration do we give to the neighbors' concerns about the basic fabric of their neighborhood?
Well, thank you. And again, if we were in a different setting where the NCOD were more in play, I mean, this is really a question of the right-of-way requirement and requesting relief from that. And it is part of the NCOD, and Mr. Coleman has explained how that gets triggered, and staff has explained that. So they're not separate issues, but they are slightly different. And I'm a supportive of NCODs myself. I think they're great. I think a lot of effort goes through a community to create those. They are based on a number of standards, not just setback. Setback is one of them. But this is being triggered by the requirement of the additional right-of-way, which is the problem. So that's really the issue. And if we grant relief, we're going to have a more consistency, if you will, to be redundant, with the NCOD than we would with the right-of-way being put in place. Do you follow that? If I'm interpreting this correctly. And again, staff, if I'm not, please, I count on you to weigh in and correct me. Other questions, though? We've opened up the evidentiary hearing, a chance for more questions of anyone seeking clarity on any of these points. And Mr. Coleman, I will again give you a last word of the issue for you and your.
I will note again, you can only consider the neighbors who spoke.
We lost you.
I'm sorry. Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just say this. Both of the neighbors who spoke at the hearing live on Bickett Avenue. Bickett Avenue is to the west of Sunrise. This project is on Sunrise. Again, one of the things, regardless of all, density and other things, one of the impacts of enforcing this strictly is you actually push any development, whether it be houses, whether it be townhomes, back towards Bickett, back towards the neighbors. And so to the extent that the concern is, impacts on neighbors, I think that is, this is actually mitigating that. The other thing I'll note is that, again, the neighbors, to the extent they're testifying as to these issues, we are just seeking a variance on a specific issue that is specific to this property. The concern about development overall goes to, policy issues that, frankly, are a little bit beyond the scope of what we're seeking here, and go to, what people think should be appropriate within the R10 district. City Council has made that decision. This is being pursuant to the existing UDO, and whether or not it's this many units or some lesser number, you're still going to have the same issue in terms of setback. And all we're asking for is a setback variance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, last chance for questions. Okay, let us close the evidentiary hearing yet again. And Mr. Coleman, now you've heard the sense of the group. I'll once again offer you the chance. We'll go forward with the vote today, or you can hold this. What's your choice? I hate to sort of put it like that, but there you go.
We will move forward.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead then with our vote. This is a variance. We'll need 4 votes. We'll need a motion to start with. And Mr. Mile, if I may say, you earlier expressed interest in approving this. May I take that as a motion to approve?
Yes, I will go ahead and make that motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. I will second that motion in the interest of moving things along. We have a motion to approve and we have a second. Mr. Puccini, I think we've got a roll call vote now.
Thank you, sir. On the motion to approve, Mr. Mile.
I approve.
Thank you. Mr. Swink.
Approve.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisil.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
That makes 4, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Great discussion. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thank you for the guests who came and spoke. Very important conversation for the neighborhood. We appreciate the time that went into this. It's 3:17. We need a break. Let's take 10 minutes. We've got more cases to go. We're doing very well. Thank you, everyone, for being expeditious. But let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start with the evidentiary hearing number 9.
owners Ashkan Hosseini and Sayed Hassan Hosseini request a 4-foot variance from the required 10-foot side street setback, which is set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.2.1.b.2. And the request is in association with the construction of a detached house. Shown here is an aerial. The lot is shown in red. It is a 0.07 acre lot zoned residential 10. And here is the applicant provided plot plan. North is shown upside down in this map, but you can see the proposed house shown in red and the proposed setback of 6 feet shown there to the side as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I can hand it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board questions for Mr. Booker? Okay, let's move to the applicant. Ashkan Hosseini, if you would please allow me to swear you in. And if you would give your address, your name, your address, and I will offer the oath to you.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Ashkan Hosseini, 602 East South Street, Raleigh, NC 27601.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as was mentioned, we're requesting a 4-foot variance from the side street setback requirements to build a single family house. This is an existing non-conforming small and narrow lot at only 30 feet wide. If you were to subdivide a new lot today in R10, it would require a minimum of 45 feet of road frontage, which, it would make it a lot more bearable to have a 5-foot setback on the interior lot portion and then a 10-foot setback on the street side. You would still be at a 30-foot wide buildable area. Allowing this variance would allow us to build a better, more functional home with a smaller overall footprint in the neighborhood. And there is an additional 10 feet of right-of-way space between the side property line and the back of the curb. In regards to unnecessary hardship would result, if the variance wasn't granted, we'd have to build a economically less desirable home that would be only 15 feet wide and would have to be larger to account for more wasted hallway space between the bedrooms and therefore take up more of the site area and create more impervious surface. Number 2, the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. The existing lot is very small and narrow at only 30 feet wide, requiring an extra 5 foot of setback for a total of 10 feet on a corner lot takes away from roughly 30% of the buildable width as compared to an interior lot. Number 3, the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. This is an existing non-conforming 30-foot wide lot that was platted around 1942 and has existed in its current state and dimensions well before the UDO was established with the current required setbacks. And number 4, the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The variance would allow for a better, smaller, and more desirable home to be built, including a smaller footprint. And per the UDO, there are other building features that could encroach into the street side setback more than what we're asking. And one of those examples is a covered porch. As an example, a covered side porch could extend up to 9 feet into the side street setback to within 3 feet of the side property line, whereas the home would still be 6 feet from the side property line, and then there's an additional 10 feet of right-of-way space still to the back of the curb. So it's not like we're asking to build in an area that wouldn't otherwise be allowed to be built with a permanent structure or portion of the house. And then this variance is also in line with other past variances granted on similar narrow corner lots within Southeast Raleigh. And finally, this variance wouldn't directly adversely impact any neighboring properties, as this request is on the street facing side of the property. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hosseini? None? Okay, we had no additional participants signed up in support. We do have one opponent. Jason Witham is a neighbor. Please state your name in case I mispronounced it, your address, and your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Hi, this is Jason Witham. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm a neighbor. I live in the house at 1510 Joe Louis Avenue, which is next door to the 1502.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm new to these proceedings, so I think I just really didn't understand. I thought there was some interest in creating a side street somewhere on the property. But if I could just get some clarification, it seems like from these plans that there's just going to be, instead of the one house on this piece of land that has been previously 1500 Joe Louis, that there'll be now two houses, and they'll just be next to each other side by side in the same line as all the other houses. Is that how this works?
Okay, I'm only seeing one proposed house. Mr. Booker, are you, as a planner on this case, what specifically is being presented?
Yes, so this variance is in association with the construction of one detached house located at 1502, which is its own property owned by Mr. Ashcon. So, and this is specifically to do with the side street setback. So you can see the proposed home outlined in red there. Essentially, the relief they are requesting is from the 10-foot side street setback. So they are asking for a relief of 4 feet.
If I may chime in for a minute.
Yeah, please do.
Yes.
Just to clarify. So just to answer Jason's question regarding the one house. So these it was always two existing lots. There's one house currently on the neighboring lot that's 1506. That one is going to be demolished, and the same house is going to be built on both lots. So it's this corner lot, and then there's another lot that's next to it that's also 30 feet, but there's no issue with side setbacks because it's an interior lot. So that one will have will be fine with the side setbacks, and then it's Jason's house, I believe, to the next to that one. So there's one property in between the 1502 and Jason's property.
Okay, that's really helpful. And I was completely wrong, right, about the there being additional streets made on that in that space.
Yeah, there's no additional streets. They're both taking driveway access, just a normal driveway access from Joe Louis Avenue.
So you're just kind of asking, can I have it really close to the street?
Exactly. 4
Gotcha.
foot.
Thank you for saying in layman's terms.
Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Witham, is that sufficient for you?
Yeah, I don't have any issues.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming and speaking today and helping to clarify that. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Witham? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me, who was responding to Mr. Witham's questions? There's no identification
First
made.
it was Mr. Booker, and then it was Mr. Hosseini.
Okay, the two voices were very similar, cannot distinguish between the two.
Okay, I apologize. I should have made that clear. First, Mr. Booker explained from the staff side what is being requested, and then Mr. Hosseini explained the two different lots that Mr. Witham was asking about, the two separate lots. Okay. Okay, and just to be clear, Mr. Hosseini, you have the opportunity to also question Mr. Witham if you wish to.
I don't have any questions.
Good, thank you. Okay, so anything else, Mr. Hosseini, from your side? Anything you'd like in the way of closing comments?
I don't, but if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Likewise, Mr. Booker, anything else from staff side?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, last chance for board. Okay, let's close the evidentiary hearing.
Can I ask one more thing, if that's
Yes,
okay?
sir. I'm sorry, who is this speaking?
It's Jason.
Okay, yes, what was that, Mr. Witham?
Just wondering when these houses will be developed.
Once we go through the Board of Adjustment, then it'll be apply for permits and things are backed up with the city. So probably looking at 2 to 3 months before starting.
Okay, thanks for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. With that, let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to the board deliberations. And motions are welcome.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Koontz. Motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
Is that Mr. Miles? Second. Motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? Okay, we'll move to a roll call vote then, please.
Thank you. On the vote to approve, Mr. Koontz?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swank.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Thank you. We're getting a little feedback from somebody, so I'm not sure what that is, but we'll see. We'll move along. Next is evidentiary hearing 10. This is 5404 Oak Forest Drive. Norco LLC, property owner, variance BOA 0073-2021. And Mr. Booker?
Thank you. So yes, this next case, BOA 0073-2021. It's located at 5404 Oak Forest Drive. The property owner, Norco LLC, they have 3 variance requests. First, a 40-foot variance from the required 50-foot building setback as set forth in UDO section 3.4.3.C.1. This results in a 10-foot building setback. Second, a 40-foot variance from the required 50-foot parking setback as set forth in UDO section 3.4.3.C.2, which results in a 10-foot parking setback. And lastly, complete relief from the parkway frontage landscape requirements as set forth in UDO section 3.4.3.E. And that requires a 50-foot protective yard landscaped in accordance with SHOD 1 landscaping requirements. And these requests are in association with the construction of a general building. So shown here is the subject property. It's located on a 1-acre site zoned IX3 with parkway frontage located at 5404 Oak Forest Drive. And here is the applicant provided site plan. I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I can hand it over to the applicant.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, then let's move to the applicant. Isabel Maddox is back with us. Ms. Maddox, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Hope y'all have had a nice hour or two since I last appeared. I'm here today on behalf of Norco LLC, which is the owner of the subject property. And first, we'd like to request the application materials and these exhibits be admitted for the record. Norco wants to build a light industrial vehicle service building in this location. And I think it's really important to understand the context. If we go to the next slide, this property is in a mixed use area. The subject property is outlined in red there, but just to the north is Dick's Sporting Goods, and just above that is Triangle Town Center. So a lot of retail there. Of course, Capitol Boulevard is over to the east. You can see the wide road. And then To the south is a mix of industrial, retail, I think the auto dealership, different types of uses. And then to the east, which is the undeveloped property, there is a very large affordable housing development that is under development there. I think it's probably proposing over 400 dwelling units. There's a senior facility as well as a family facility coming in that area. So this property will be right, snugged up against that. The subject property is a small 1 acre parcel on Oak Forest, lots of topo issues there. Oak Forest only right now extends a short distance from Capitol. However, as a part of the affordable development I was just speaking of, the Oak Forest will be extended into that new affordable development, and then there will be a new north-south road built, which will connect with Sumner Boulevard. So there'll be a lot of new road improvements coming. And this property is zoned with the parkway frontage, which requires a 50-foot setback and a 50-foot landscape shod type yard in the front. And the intent of that is to provide a wooded buffer on both sides of the street, wooded corridor along the street, which really doesn't make that much sense here. And if you go to the next slide, please. So our request is for the 40-foot variance in the 50-foot building and parking setbacks, as well as complete relief from the PK Parkway landscaping requirement, which includes the shod yard, which is like either an undisturbed buffer or a planted buffer to shod standards. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the hardships that we have is a fairly small site, and with having to keep the 50 feet protected buffer, that's over 22% of this site. And then when you add the outdoor amenity area to it, that's another 10%. So that's taking almost a third of this site, which will be undevelopable because the outdoor amenity area cannot be located in the parkway yard. The key thing here is the zoning districts that surround. They're different districts which are going to result in different development patterns. If you go to the next slide, please. You'll see our property is zoned IX with the parkway frontage, as are 2 or 3 others to the north of Oak Forest. However, none of those maintain the 50-foot landscaped shod yard. Then the property to the southeast, a pretty large property to the southeast of this site, is zoned with the parking limited frontage. That requires buildings to be within 100 feet, but allows them to be as close as 10 feet. So there's never going to be a landscape yard there. And then to our east and our southeast, there's no frontage. So and further into the apartment complex, there's an urban limited frontage which requires buildings to be within 20 feet of the street front. So you've got a mix of zoning districts and zoning frontages, which are going to result in a different development pattern. And I think that means that you're never going to have that heavily wooded buffer along both sides of the street that you might see in certain developments. There are a few around Raleigh where you've got the wooded buffer. You drive along the road and you see nothing but trees on either side. That is not here. It's just not going to happen. If you'll continue on to the next slide, I think that, here is the request consistent with the spirit and purpose of the ordinance is such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. Well, the intent for the parkway frontage is to provide for a heavily landscaped buffer between the roadway and the adjacent development to ensure continuous green corridor along the right-of-way. But in this case, that objective is not realized, has not been, and it never will be because of the disparate zoning districts and frontage requirements. So we believe a reasonable setback and streetscape are appropriate here and consistent with the city's overall objectives of walkability and mixed uses. And furthermore, a heavily wooded buffer in this area, which is adjacent to this new apartment development to the immediate east and also to the significant amount of retail to the immediate north, is really not recommended. I mean, it provides areas for criminal activity, et cetera. And I think it decreases the feeling of safety of those apartment residents or retail shoppers that might be walking to those destinations. So I think really the parkway frontage, the heavily wooded, is not really desirable here. So the hardships here are really the small lot size, the large planted or undisturbed buffer requirements. When combined with the general context of this property, with the very different zoning districts and most importantly frontage requirements that surround this property, mean that you're never going to achieve that heavily wooded corridor. And I don't really think it's desirable in this location, given what's there now with just the heavy retail with Triangle Town, Dick's Sporting Goods, et cetera, and the major affordable housing development coming to the east of this property. So for those reasons, we think this variance request is appropriate, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I have one. If this is granted, will there be any streetscape, any landscape treatment at all?
Yes, there will be there'll be, right-of-way widening. There'll be a sidewalk put in. There will be street trees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Board members, questions? Anyone? No. Okay. No one signed up to speak in support or opposition. Ms. Maddox, you summed it up pretty well, but anything else you'd say?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Likewise, Mr. Booker, anything else from you?
No, sir. That's all I've got.
Okay, then let's close the evidentiary hearing. One tongue-in-cheek editorial comment: a street named Oak Forest Drive, in the absence of any trees, would be too ironic for my taste. So I'm glad to hear there's going to be some streetscape. That's good news. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, Mr. Mile, I'll give you that one. Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Okay.
I have a motion to approve in a second, and let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Swank.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Ridicell.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's move along now to evidentiary hearing 11. This is 1814 White Oak Road. Hayes Barton Baptist Church Trust are the property owners. This is a variance, BOA 0074-2021. Mr. Booker, lead us into this one.
Yes, thank you. So the property owner, Hayes Barton Baptist Church Trust, are requesting a 13.8 foot variance from the required 20-foot rear setback as set forth in UDO section 2.2.1.b.4, which results in a 6.2 foot rear setback. And this is in association with the recombination of property. So you can see here the property is shown in red. It is located on a 0.13 acre lot zoned residential 10. And here's the subject property this is taken from the applicant's exhibit material. The existing property line is shown highlighted by the dark black line right there. And then you can see the reconfigured portion of the lot also highlighted by the black line. And this is kind of necessitating the request for the setback relief. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I can hand it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Okay, Ms. Maddox, welcome back.
Thank you, and sorry for all the cases today, but some of these were supposed to be in December and they got bumped, so I got 4 today. But But here, I'm here on behalf of Hayes Barton Baptist Church. On the line with me, I believe, is Jamie Loyak, our landscape architect working on this project. First, we'd like to move to the application materials and exhibits be admitted to the record. This is a case where a longstanding church, which owns not only its main campus, which I'm sure you all see as you drive down Glenwood Avenue, it also owns 6 adjacent residential lots that are on White Oak Road. And several years ago, you may recall there was some controversy between the church and the neighbors about whether or not certain houses might be removed. The church had over the years acquired a number of these houses that were adjacent to their main campus and were thinking of, expanding their campus, and the neighbors were up in somewhat of an uproar. And so the church, did have the right to do that, but didn't want to upset the neighborhood. So they worked diligently with the neighborhood over a year or so and came up with a settlement agreement, which is in existence, and the church has every intention of following, as do the neighbors, I think, where the church agreed to that they would remove only 3 houses and they would maintain 3 houses and dedicate those 3 houses they preserved for affordable housing. And so that is the agreement. That is the plan. But as they move forward with their renovations, which is really mainly, they're modifying the parking lot somewhat, but mainly they're adding on to their more accessible and covered entrance to the church. So to serve their disabled and senior members and people who come to the church, they can get in and out, during inclement weather, etc. But what they need is to have a sort of straight property line along the rear of those homes on White Oak. And so if you go to the next slide, you'll see there's a little irregular, that line juts out further back than the other houses in that line. If you'll go back, go to the next slide, you can see from the site plan, well, that's another version of it, but keep going. And I think actually just in slides, they had enhanced this line a little bit better, but I have if we advance further on the slides, we can see what we're asking for. Go one more. Okay, the green is where we want the line to be and where the recombination proposes to move the rear line. The yellow is the existing line, so that if we can get this recombination done, that would unfortunately move the property line to approximately 6 feet from the rear of that house. The house obviously had an addition built onto the back of it at some point. This house was built in 1925, but I think there was an extension of it built at some point. And the church doesn't really want to tear the addition off because it's approximately 12 by 20. So it's 240 feet of usable living space that an affordable housing dweller will have access to. And I'm sure would like to have that, would rather have it than not have it. So we believe here it's a reasonable request. The church owns both the church campus as well as the single family property, and I think is willing to live with the smaller rear setback. The impact is not impacting another single family. The smaller setback is just impacting basically the church parking and drive area. And we think, given, if you'll keep going on the slides, we have several hardships here. We have sort of an irregular lot shape. We have a small lot, and we have affordable housing. If the variance is not granted, the rear addition is going to have to be removed, which reduces affordable housing space. The church needs to straighten this line in order to accommodate their new parking lot and covered access. And we would just mean that housing, it'll be an expense to tearing it down. They'd have to move it to a landfill, which if it stays in the same place, it can continue to be used for housing. So we don't think it makes any sense to require that removal. And so we do believe that, if you'll go to the next slide, there are some public benefits to granting this variance. It'll provide more housing area to be devoted to affordable housing. That means a bigger family could be served. The church can better serve and accommodate its disabled and senior members. It's better, environmentally better to preserve the house as is. Hayes Barton owns both of the lots, and the impact, the smaller rear yard is to the parking lot, not to any home. And for those reasons, we believe that the variance is warranted, and we request your approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for Ms. Maddox? Anyone? Okay, no one signed up to speak on this case, either for or against. So I think we can move right along to closing the evidentiary hearing, assuming there is no more wisdom to be offered from anyone.
Not from me.
Thank you. Then let's close the hearing and move to board deliberations and perhaps a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Rudisill, we'll have a second. We have a motion to approve in a second. Further discussion? Okay, let us move to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, sir. On the motion to approve, Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approve.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's now, Mr. Birch, have you joined us now? Michael Birch, have you joined us?
Yes, sir, Chairman Swink. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We've held your cases. The first item, we'll go back to our first item of old business, which was evidentiary hearing 1. This was 11009 Ingleside Place, Westchester Commercial. The property owner, it's a variance, BOA 0010-2021. Now, I understand that you wish to defer this yet again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead and make your case, please.
Yes, sir, Chairman Swink. We would ask that this matter be deferred to a future Board of Adjustment meeting. We're asking for March 14th. Again, this is a request related to the Watershed Protection Overlay District. We're still working through items and want to make sure we bring forward the kind of the full request. So.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no objections from the board, we will defer that to our March 14th, is that the date, meeting. Now our second item before us is the evidentiary hearing number 3 under new business, 2730 Wakefield Pines Drive. It's the Shell Building Corporation property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0065-2021. And Mr. Hodge, I believe you are presenting this case to us. And we're not hearing you.
Eric, do you have I think I gave you the permissions.
Yeah, is everyone seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you go. Got it.
So this is a series of requests. The first being a 13,591 square foot variance from the 40% forestation requirements set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 9.1.9.a. The second request is a variance for complete relief from the minimum individual forested area size requirements set forth in that same section or subsection 1 thereof. That results in in only 6,890 square feet of combined forested area. A third request is a 1-foot variance from sidewalk width requirements and a 2.5-foot variance from the planting strip width requirements as set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 8.5.6.b. Basically, in order to maintain the existing 5-foot sidewalk and 3.5-foot wide planting strip along Wakefield Pines Drive. Fourth request is a variance for complete relief from Unified Development Ordinance Section 8.4 and 8.5, which requires dedication of a general utility easement in association with the construction of an apartment building on this 1.04 acre property zone neighborhood mixed use 3 and urban watershed protection overlay district for a property located at 2730 Wakefield Pines.
We just
Give me
lost your voice.
just a minute. There we go. So this request essentially mirrors a request that the board, or a series of requests previously granted for this site that had a different use and slightly different layout than what's being proposed here today. I believe it was for an apartment building when originally approved, but because they've changed up that plan to the extent that it's no longer considered a revision of the original plan that the board saw, it necessitates the project come back to get relief for these variances that were previously granted associated with that different site plan. Here's the proposed layout with the apartment building. Mr. Birch can go into the details related to the similarities or differences with the previous project. But my recollection is the proposed conditions that are in your staff at the end of the application posted online essentially mirror those that were originally associated with the previous variance that was approved. So I'll let the applicant speak to the various proposed conditions of approval. But unless you have any other questions for me at this time, that would conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge. Questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Birch, welcome. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Swink. Again, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners. Here with me today is Mr. Dan McGlamory, professional engineer who prepared the site plan, as well as Manoj Jain, owner of the property. I think really they'll only be needed in the event of questions from the board. Before I get into the presentation, I do want to ask that our application be included and all the testimony here in our presentation be included in the record. Also, I believe we might have a presentation as well.
Are you not seeing your slides?
Okay, yep. Now, thanks. Thank you. So as Mr. Hodge mentioned, kind of two buckets of requests, one related to forestation, the other related to the streetscape along Wakefield Pines Drive. And to reiterate, these requests are pretty much identical to those that we made as part of case A5819, which was unanimously approved by the board on August 12th, 2019. Mr. Hodge noted we are also proposing the same four conditions that were part of that 2019 request related to replanting and forestation. And we'll note that those conditions were pretty heavily negotiated with the city attorney's office and the former district counselor for this area. Really, the only change is in use. The prior site plan was for medical office, and we are now proposing a residential building. Thinking that the variance would still be applicable because we're not really changing any of the conditions under which we're operating. The owner submitted a site plan and then was notified during the first review that we would need to come back for a variance because it's a new site plan and the use is different. So the property you see outlined there was platted in the year 2000 as part of a larger subdivision of this block. It was graded and cleared around that time, and trees that you see on there today are only a few years old. The property itself is 1.04 acres, and 0.04 acres of which of that will be dedicated along Wakefield Pines Drive as part of this site plan. Want to note that 0.2 acres are in that private street that you see within the red kind of property boundaries along the, call it southeast side of the property. It's a street that's used, but it's private, and so it's on the property, and again limits the developable acreage and also the amount of property within which we can provide forestation. Want to note also that pretty much all the other development in this area was done prior to the imposition of the Watershed Protection Overlay District. And all of the properties were built out under the prior streetscape regulations. So the improvements that are in place for this whole block, we're essentially asking to allow those to remain in place. So from a forestation standpoint, I think many of you on the board have been on the board for the nearly 40 or so requests for variances to the forestation requirements that y'all have seen over the years. Recall that it was never intended to apply to this area and didn't apply into this area, this forestation requirement, until an errant cross-reference was in the UDO that hasn't been fixed. But when applied to this site, due to the small size of the site, the existing impervious, et cetera, strict compliance would only allow 0.48 acres of the property to be developed. That's about 46% of the site. Also, compliance with the new streetscape requirements would result in an inconsistent streetscape. It would also impose a 5-foot easement on the property, which would, again, limit the location of trees along the frontage there. And no other property on this side has had to provide that 5-foot general utility easement. And all of the utilities that might at some point in the time be located there are actually already located across the street. We could go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide, please. So again, here you just see that it was platted back in 2000. If we can go to the next slide. This slide highlights just the impact of those existing encumbrances, the right-of-way dedication required along Wakefield Pines Drive, the site distance easement there at the intersection, as well as the private street impervious surface. We could go to the next slide. Yeah, this is our site plan, which is nearly identical in terms of like building, location, size. We've actually been able to reduce parking by 2 spaces. We go to the next slide. This is just a zoomed in view. We're still providing our outdoor amenity area as required by the UDO. And we'll also be providing stormwater compliant with the UDO. We can go to the next slide, please. So these are the conditions of approval. Before I touch on those, I'll just kind of hit the standards. Again, strict compliance would severely limit the developable area of this property, much more so than any other property within this area. This lot was platted prior to, created prior to the imposition of the Watershed Protection Overlay District on this property, and certainly would not have been created in this way if it was done so afterwards. And also the hardship would result in inconsistent streetscape for this entire block and would further encumber the property. Again, results from the small size of the parcel, the private street. This was not done at the actions of the owner. The owner purchased it after this lot was created and the streetscape was installed. And again, we are proposing these 4 conditions that will provide 20% forestation on the site. So here, first condition is 10% of the site will be active tree preservation. That means of the existing trees on the site, that at least 10%, area of 10% will be preserved. The next one is designating an additional area to get to 20% of forested area. And that allows the replanting of trees. If we go to the next slide. These conditions, one at the top there, is essentially committing to a total caliper inch of trees. And requiring that they be planted at least 2 caliper inch at the time of planting, which is greater than what the code would otherwise allow. And then finally, the last one requires that trees be planted between the building and the street. So that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions the board may have. Happy to go into the history of the forestation regulations if the board so desires. We also have our engineer and owner available if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. I have a couple of questions, but board members, I'll open it up to you first. Anything you would ask? I wonder why you've got these conditions up here. This couple of things, the caliper inch measurement, that's basically the city standard measure of caliper inch that you're going to be working with?
That's correct, sir. Yep.
Okay. All right. And you are offering these 4 conditions as part of the approval?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, anyone?
Just going back to the caliper trees, Mr. Birch indicated that the 2-inch calipers were bigger than the city requires. So what does the city require, Mr. Birch?
So the city would allow under the forestation standards to do as little as 1 caliper inch per 100 square feet of area. They would also allow 2 caliper inch trees for 200 square feet of area. But here we're essentially saying we're not going to do any 1 caliper inch trees.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Okay. We have no one else signed up to speak on this case, for or against. So we can move to our closing. Mr. Birch, any last words from you?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hodge, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay. Board, last chance for questions. All right, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to our board deliberations. We have a chance to offer a motion. They have offered 4 conditions. We don't have to accept them, but they have been offered. So if your motion wishes to include those conditions, please do so. Okay.
Mr. Smile.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve with the condition that Mr. Birch have added. He always does a good job with the information he put together, and thought did a great job of putting information together here for us. So I would definitely make a motion to approve.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second, John Coons.
Mr. Coons, thank you. Quick clarification. Typically, we want to be sure the language of the conditions is understandable by the city. Either Ms. Hill or Mr. Hodge, I should have asked that sooner, but are we okay with the language as proposed?
We have previously accepted these, so I would indicate that in the affirmative.
Thank you. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, we have a motion to approve, a second. Further discussion? Let's move to our roll call vote then.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Mr. Coons?
Approved with conditions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Mile?
Approved with conditions.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisil?
Approved with conditions.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. And our last item of business, I believe, is 11008 Ingleside Place, Westchester Commercial LLC property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0066-2021. And Mr. Hodge, it's yours to present. And we're not hearing you.
Apologies. This is a request for a 50,372 square foot variance, complete relief from the 40% forestation requirement as set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 9.1.9.a and a variance from the requirement that forestation areas be equal to at least 1/5 of the total gross land area as set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance, section 9.1.9.A.1, in order to permit 2 mixed-use buildings on a 2.89 acre property zoned commercial mixed use, 3 Parkway and Urban Watershed Protection Overlay District, located at 11,008 Ingleside Place. Similarly to the last case, I believe this site was before you 2 or 3 years back, did get these variances. However, the nature of their site plan has changed to the extent that they've had to submit a new site plan. They weren't eligible for revisions because of the nature or extent of changes on that plan. And so they, similarly to the last case, are back before you, essentially seeking relief to the same code sections and are proposing similar conditions to what they had proposed and were granted with a previous Board of Adjustment variance on this same parcel. Here's the aerial showing the site, and then this is the site plan showing the 2 proposed buildings. Happy to answer any questions, but I think it would be beneficial to, as we did in the previous matter, to have Mr. Birch detail the various similarities and differences to the previously approved project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodge, board members will give you a chance to ask questions of Mr. Hodge if you have any. Okay, then Mr. Birch, we'll give it to you.
Thank you, Chairman Swink. Again, Michael Birch, Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of the owner. Also with me today, Dan McGlamory, professional engineer, prepared the site plan, as well as Mr. Manoj Jain, owner of the property. At the outset, we would ask that our application and presentation materials be included in the record. As background, again, just to reiterate, these requests are identical to the ones we made as part of case BOA 25-2020, which was unanimously approved by this board on September 14th, 2020. We are proposing the same condition that was imposed in that case, which requires that 20% of the site after right-of-way dedication be provided as forestation. And that's inclusive of the tree conservation area that already exists on the site. The only change from the site plan standpoint is going from medical office, which is what the prior approved site plan was for, converting that to residential with ground floor retail restaurant uses. Similarly, application was made thinking that because we're complying with the prior variance conditions, that we could still operate under it, and we're made aware that we needed to seek a new variance. So again, our intent is to operate under the previous variance approval and conditions. So the property you see here is 2.89 acres. It was platted in 2008, cleared and graded at that time. And so these trees, based on aerials that you see outside of the tree conservation area, are only about 4 to 5 years old. As I mentioned, the tree conservation area on the site is along Wakefield Pines Drive. Totals about 0.23 acres. And before we go to the next slide, this property was part of a larger subdivision as well, including the property to the north, west, and south, as well as a large parcel to the west that was essentially set aside as large undisturbed area. And I'll touch on that in a moment. Because it was part of this larger subdivision, it's also part of a kind of a regional stormwater solution. You see the pond to the southwest there on the backside of the apartments. We'll be utilizing that shared device. Additionally, because we have this kind of regional solution, at the time of subdivision approval back in 2008, impervious surfaces were allocated to each of the properties within the subdivision that provided maximum amounts of impervious surface to ensure compliance with the stormwater standards at the time. And under that allocation, this property was allocated 71.2% impervious surface. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is again, a view into the site from Ingleside Place. You see the tree conservation area there on the left-hand side. We could go to the next slide, please. This is our site plan. Again, you see the tree conservation area along Forest Pines Drive. Our forestation areas will be in the southwest corner as well as around the buildings. But the parking layout amount is nearly identical to the site plan that was associated with the previously approved variance. We can go to the next slide. That's just a zoomed in version if we need to have any detailed conversations on that. If we go to the next slide. Again, this is just the earlier plat that shows that tree conservation area that will be maintained along Wakefield Pines Drive. We go to the next slide. This is what's outlined in red is the scope of the subdivision area from 2008. This total subdivision area was 52 acres. And of that 52 acres, about 44% of it was within floodplain or kind of buffer, stream buffer area. And so over 40% of the entire kind of subdivision area was, essentially qualifies as forestation and actually, existing trees there. That floodplain area can't be developed. Those buffer areas can't be developed. Of course, this subdivision occurred prior to the watershed protection overlay district being inadvertently imposed on these properties. And so if each parcel would have had to have stood on its own, so to speak, from a 40% standpoint, obviously the subdivision would have been much, much different. But the overall subdivision itself, even though it wasn't required at the time, because of buffers and floodplains, actually does meet that that standard. Obviously, it created development parcels, smaller, meant to kind of max out development within those property lines. If we go back 2 slides, please. I'll just kind of put it back on the site plan. But again, we are asking for a variance to the 40% forestation requirement as a condition, and this language is identical to what was included in the findings of fact for the previous case. And that is, and I'll just read it, that 20% of the net site area shall be set aside as tree forestation area, inclusive of the existing dedicated tree conservation area. Again, from a hardship standpoint, again, this parcel was created prior to the imposition of the regulations. Would not have been created in the same way if it had to comply. And we would ask that, again, that the board approve this variance request. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, but again, everything that was applicable in the 2020 case is applicable here as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Birch on this case?
So is the ask for an approval with contingency? Do I hear that again, or just?
It's the request is for approval with that proposed condition.
Yeah, not with conditions. Got it.
Yes.
Other questions? I did not mention in the last case, I thought about it, forgot to mention it. It's missed opportunity. in this case, I just want to indicate the fact that this is now residential, the presence of trees and landscaping and that vegetative amenity is, I think, even more important. So I'm glad to see that you're continuing that. But what additional landscaping treatments will be either required or are going to happen as part of this event? I know it's not part of this discussion, but just in general, help me understand what else is going to be happening here.
Right. So we will have our streetscape along Ingleside Place and Forest Pines Drive, even though we also have our tree conservation area. So whereas the forestation requirement, allows for the removal and replanting, the tree conservation, requires the preservation of existing trees. So that will remain. And also we'll be locating down in the southwest area, part of our forestation area, which again, from a stormwater standpoint, will make more sense because that's the way the water drains. So it'll provide for some infiltration there. And then you're correct, from a amenity area and from a forestation area, we plan to also take advantage of kind of that space around the buildings. And not only is it residential, it's really just residential in the top 2 floors.
Right.
But I think the other kind of just overall positive benefit of this site plan is that it is introducing retail and restaurant uses into an area that really does not have any in this immediate area. Someone would have to get in a car and drive down to Common Oaks Drive or New Falls of Noose Road. This is pretty heavily, medical office and residential areas. So I think introducing those uses will provide kind of an overall benefit as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, we had no one else sign up to speak on this case for or against. So I think we can move to our closing. Mr. Birch, again, I always offer you the chance for a final comment if you have any.
What I meant to say as part of an answer to your last question, of course, we will also have, all of the parking lot landscaping will be there, screening of our dumpster will all be provided. So that's some additional landscaping. So other than that, no further comments.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hodge, anything further from you?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
I did have one question. It's just a technical question, just for my edification. It was Mr. Birch mentioned at one time in terms of the stormwater drainage area that this site was allotted 71.2% impervious surface allocation, something to that effect. I know with the residential, we have some limits to how much impervious surface. Do we have limits for non-single family residential in terms of impervious surface, Mr. Hodge?
I'm not exactly certain as to whether or not there's a limit, but I know they have to account for it within their shared stormwater plan. So I don't believe there's a limit per se, but that just increases the size and capacity of the facility as far as I understand it.
Okay.
Mr. Birch may be able to speak to that more directly.
Yes, sir. So Chairman Swink, so I think what y'all often see kind of stormwater variances on what are considered kind of grandfathered lots. And that's where the city does have an actual impervious surface limit on those lots that were created prior to the stormwater regulations.
Okay.
Now, for lots that have been created after the stormwater regulations that have, a stormwater facility or something that allows them to comply with the stormwater regulations, there's no impervious surface limit other than you've got to make sure that your device is sized to both detain and treat for that impervious surface.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. Another one of those issues that I think we got to be paying a lot of attention to. So I'm glad we are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last questions. Anyone? All right. Let's close the evidentiary hearing then. and move to our board deliberations and opportunity for a motion. We have, again, a condition has been offered. Keep that in mind.
Motion to approve with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Koontz. May I have a second?
I'll second. Motion
Thank
to
you.
approve with conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisil. We have a motion to approve and a second with the condition as offered. We'll move to our roll call vote now.
Mr. Chairman, for the point of clarification before I call the roll, these conditions, are we to go back to what the conditions were for the previous board case?
No, I'm sorry, previous
They were
board
not
case.
outlined in the presentation.
That's
Have
correct.
the condition language. It's attached to the application. That's it. But I also have it typed out if you want me to read it into the record.
That would be best, please.
Okay. The condition reads that 20% of the net site area shall be set aside as tree forestation area, inclusive of the existing dedicated tree conservation area.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Appreciate you being sure we're staying on top of things. Okay, that's our motion. We're moving to the roll call vote.
All righty, on the vote to approve with the condition offered by the applicant, Mr. Koontz?
Approved.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisil?
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey?
Approve.
Thank you, that makes 5.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Thank you for staying late.
Thank you all for accommodating my scheduling issues. So thank you.
Sure, glad we could do that. Okay, now let's move to our approval of the minutes from our December 13th, 2021 board meeting. They were sent to you. Are there any additions or corrections to be offered? May I have a motion to approve? I move approval. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Everybody wants a second. Nobody wants to approve. Okay, I think Ms. Rudisil jumped in. I'm not sure, but we'll go with her. Okay, we've got a motion to approve in a second. Let's move to our. We have to do a roll call vote on this one for the minutes.
It's optional, but we'll call it. We'll call the roll.
Yeah, technically, yeah, but that'd be the best way.
Let's just do that. Go ahead.
Okay, on the motion to approve, Mr. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisil?
Approve.
Mr. Koontz?
Approve.
Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Mr. Rainey?
Approve.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, Catherine, anything for us today?
No, I can't believe you guys are done before 5. I did not expect that today.
Well, I canceled something I thought, because I said we'll never finish by 5. So thank you all. I did push things along. I hope I did not shortchange anyone's interest in a case. I was not trying to do that. I was just trying to keep things going. So if you feel like I'm ever getting too fast, please slow me down. I don't want to waste your time, but I don't want to abuse it either. Happy New Year, everybody. It's good to see everybody. We didn't see Mr. Kenny today. Hopefully he's okay. We heard earlier, if you didn't know, that Mr. Rainey has now joined us as a full-time member. He's no longer the city alternate. He stepped up to replace, who did he replace? Mr. Sutton. Yeah, so welcome, Michael. We'll be getting a new city alternate at the city council's pleasure. Anything else from anybody? As far as we know, next month will be virtual again. So we'll look forward to seeing y'all then. Everybody stay safe. And Thank you for a good meeting today. Really good discussion. Appreciate that.
Great job, Mr. Swink.
Yeah. Thanks, Swink. Yeah. All righty.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.